Okay. I would imagine that at this point we have sound because I see that the microphone apparently is working. Zenza Rob, can you hear me? Can I have some sort of an indication that I'm heard? I see a few. Virginia. Okay. Welcome. Let me make sure that you are set up. Okay. Thank you for giving me the heads up that I am audible. And get, let me
Yeah,
get,
yeah, I can hear you.
okay. I'm looking to get, okay. Christopher. Great.
Yep, I've got you loud and clear.
Okay, wonderful. And um, okay, since a Rob speaker, and then there will be um, another speaker as well. And I'm wondering how. Okay, so as a few people begin to come in, this is on the this is on the heels of watching Global Disclosure Day 2 days ago on the 20th. If you were here, you probably saw some or all of it, either live or in clips that were generated later. And if you're here, you you're already interested in this topic, this very important topic. And the intention today is to um, demonstrate that we're a group of people who know that this is real, that know that there's a process that's unfolding right now. And we also know that there are a lot of people who aren't even aware that the unfolding of disclosure has already begun slowly. And so we are beginning to gather in groups based on locations as Citizens for Disclosure. I'm in the Southern California group. Here with us today, we have Virginia and Philadelphia as well. And there are many others throughout the world. And so as more presentations and more people are talking about the reality of UAP and the reality of the push for governmental disclosure, um, will gain more and more credibility. And so I'm going to invite other people to share their perspectives and their feedback, initially based on the presentation of Global Disclosure Day on the 20th. But also, you're free to share, your own personal experiences in this field, and also you are able to share, if you like, what got you into this. What was the first moment that brought you in? Because I know I have my particular story that brought me into this whole um, realm of UFOs back in '04. And as I've learned more and more about it, I've seen that this has been a struggle for many decades. I just finished a book called The Believer that is a biography of John Mack, and it really demonstrates that this effort has been in the eye of highly credible people for a long time, because his work was in the 90s and he was working with experiencers, specifically abduction, and and he did presentations at Harvard and MIT with some important people, and and even with all the testimonial evidence, it really came down to a select few people saying that they wanted the tangible evidence for themselves to see, and of course, it's going to be a rare few that actually have that opportunity. So I'm going to state that Citizens for Disclosure is a movement brought forward by the New Paradigm Institute, which was founded by Danny Sheehan and Jim Garrison. It may well be the final leg in the push for official disclosure by the government. Official is a key word here because disclosure has already begun. It started in December of 2017 with the New York Times article about UAP witnessed by military personnel. In recent years, people like David Grush and Lou Elizondo have come forward with critical information that enlightens us as to how much the Department of Defense actually knows. It is we citizens who are already drawn to the topic of UFOs and UAP who light up with such remarkable revelations. The stigma and ridicule around the topic is diminishing slowly, yet there are many in the general population who are unaware of the strides being made. Many citizens in the general population still consider UFOs a fringe topic and offer disbelief to the highly credible testimonies. But we are the citizens who feel in our hearts that the seemingly incredible testimonies are true. We are the citizens who have listened to and watched dozens, if not hundreds, or even thousands of podcasts and videos on the subject. We are the citizens who sense that the government or Department of Defense know more than they are willing to share. They know that we are following the topic closely. They know that we know the testimonies of Grush, Elizondo, and others. They know that we know that what they share is vetted by them. How many times have we heard Grush and Elizondo say that they are not cleared to share certain information? Who is clearing them for anything at all? There is no doubt that the Department of Defense, who on record says there's nothing to UAP and NHI, are part of the information vetting process. So we know they know more, but they don't want us to know more. How condescending. The next phase of disclosure is up to us, the citizens of Earth who want the promise of new energy technology, the promise of world peace, the promise of an end to war, suffering, and hunger, the promise of higher consciousness, and the promise of a new era that unites human beings with a more advanced civilization, an advanced species that will help us evolve, an advanced species who are watching us and are aware of our struggles, an advanced species who are rooting for us to become better stewards of our planet and each other. It is up to we citizens to enlighten the many who are still in disbelief, to enlighten those who insist that they will not believe until they see it for themselves. With UAP and NHI now a topic of well-reputed scientists, it is time for the skeptics to trust that things they don't see for themselves can indeed be real. Do they doubt the molecular structures put forward by scientists? Do they doubt the new planets discovered by astronomers? Do they doubt the images delivered by the James Webb Telescope? We citizens must continue talking about this important topic, and we must encourage more and more politicians to demand answers as our governmental representatives. We thank the politicians who have already stepped forward. We thank the whistleblowers who have already stepped forward. But even with all this, there will still remain skeptics who do not want to assimilate NHI into their worldview. They can't. They don't know how. They're the ones who will have the difficult time when official disclosure comes. So it'll be up to us not to say, I told you so, but to encourage them that it will be okay. It is in our poise and calm, in the face of what was once considered inconceivable, that we may help all citizens come to terms with the reality that has been hidden from us. We are the citizens of the earth, ready to unite to usher in a wonderful new future. We are citizens for disclosure. And so I want to introduce also here Christopher, who is in Philadelphia, who is, and I'd like to know more about what you're doing in Philadelphia, Christopher, and a little bit about yourself. And anyone else who wants to share something and give their impression, please do raise your hand and chime in, and we can let this be a an informal yet informative dialogue.
Hey, thanks, Edward. Appreciate, man. I don't have anything quite as eloquent as that preamble. Uh, to present. But yeah, so I feel strong. I'm coming from a very unique situation where I'm in Philadelphia region. So I've just volunteered because of what I've done in the past with political grassroots efforts to put that to use in this forum. So if you're anywhere in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Delaware, that general region, I would be your point of contact. If you go ahead and go to the NPI website and put your info in there to join the Citizens for Disclosure, someone will get back to you. And if you're around here, I'll get back to you. Again, from where I'm coming from, it's Danny Sheehan is obviously somebody we should know as far as getting things done when the government doesn't want to say, right? So this is a very worthwhile effort from my point of view because the evidence, the proof is there, not only of this UFO issue being real, but the cover up and basically the secret government that we have that is also real. And that sounds very crazy to a lot of folks, but I don't know how else to put it. And it's always been an interest of mine, but I kind of had put it on the shelf until David Grush last year. And then when the public hearing had occurred, I kind of flipped the switch personally with me. And it's like, that's it. I'm going back to the beginning. I'm getting to the bottom of this, right? There's got to be something to this. What's going on? So I've spent basically a year plus doing almost every week different podcasts on different aspects of this. I've read dozens of books, all the newest ones that have come out, and had the newest information. I just want to be on top of it as best as I can and not make the mistake of assuming anything. I think that's what a lot of folks have already done from every corner of this debate, is to assume that they know everything about it.
Yeah.
I think that's a real big mistake. And to have that posture to know that we don't know it all, and that stuff is being kept officially, but as far as I could tell, it seems like our leaders don't know everything either. There's parts of this that they don't understand, and so as a group, we definitely are interested in knowing the truth. I want to believe what's true, right? And I want to disbelieve what's not true. So that's where I'm coming from. And again, like doing this thing in political way, I've been part of 3 different presidential campaigns. I ran a U.S. Senate campaign. As far as getting grassroots folks involved, how to empower them to just to organize, make sure everyone's on the same page, we have the same messaging, stuff like that, and to just reach out to your local representatives. It's not that difficult. I got a meeting pretty easily with one of my senators in August with their top foreign policy person, and I was told point blank about Rand Paul standing in the way of this last legislation. I was shocked. I didn't know that. I had no idea. But they were very open and honest. Like, yeah, we don't know what the problem is, but that's what's happening. So I just told folks who were interested, and all of a sudden, yeah, we're hearing that too.
Yeah.
That's the type of thing that can happen. Because like you were saying, Richard, this is how it will work when they feel the pressure from citizens to do something about this. Like, wait a minute, my people who are voting for me and who are contributing to me care. That's what I'll care. So once they understand that part, then things can move.
Yeah, we'll need more numbers for sure, because politicians won't want to put their neck out there with something that they think that the majority of people still consider fringe. But I think with more time and more people and more discussions like these and others and podcasts, I mean, everything has already begun. Like, this is just part of the wave. And Virginia Citizen, I'm going to call you in just a second, and then but one thing that I find very interesting about this is that like, why now? In other words, these efforts to put forward like Project Blue Book and all of this ridicule and explaining away, and these extensive cover-ups that have begun since the 40s, as far as we know, um, just have been continued. And what really makes me ponder is why is there not as much of an effort to hush people up? Why are they actually vetting people like Grush and Elizondo to reveal some information? How are they allowing the New York Times to put an article out there? Because I don't. And so it feels to me like there is an intentional slow disclosure of information that's being done in the most delicate way possible, in order for it to be digestible and for in order for people to do their own research. In fact, if you might remember that in 2014 or 2015, the X Files happened to have an episode that just came out of the blue. It's like, what was that all about? They had, I don't know if it was a couple episodes or just one, but at the very end of it, it might have been just like a mini series. But at the very end of it, it just left you with the computer, like one of the characters was at their computer and they started researching, and it almost was like a spoon feeding to the general populace of like, yeah, the truth is out there, and go ahead and start looking at the internet because you're going to start seeing everything about UFOs. And interestingly, around the same time is when I started getting all sorts of UFO suggestions of videos in my YouTube feed. And so it feels like there's already been a little bit of a push to get awareness going. But again, the fundamental question I have is why now? What's going to happen? What do they who are in control of the information know about what might be coming? For example, is there a mass event that is going to be undeniable, and that they need to lay the groundwork like this? Like Danny Sheehan said, which was a remarkable moment of the presentation on the 20th. He stated that with all the with all the war activity that's going on, if we get to a point of the actual nuclear threat, whether it's threatened or actually launched, that there will most likely by force be an intervention from them, from the UAP, from the other civilization that doesn't want our planet's destruction, that they've warned about through telepathic information they've given to experiencers and abductees. They don't want that destruction, and so they will intervene. And we already have evidence of this notion by the way they've been able to disarm nuclear warheads and other nuclear assets. So if people are not ready for some sort of a mass intervention of a nuclear war, then that will be the massive shock that many people might not be able to handle. And so that's why I said in my initial statement that when there is either a truth that's spilled out intentionally by official disclosure or accidentally in the form of a mass intervention from them to prevent our destruction, that there will be the many who will need help picking up the pieces, and it's up to us to not say "I told you so," but to say, "Hey, it'll be okay." So let me bring in Virginia Citizen, who obviously is part of Citizens for Disclosure. And let me see if you're able to unmute yourself, or if I need to do that. Go ahead.
Yep.
Okay, you're live. Go ahead.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah, sorry for the background noise. But yeah, so my name is Anthony. I'm the state director of the Virginia chapter for Citizens for Disclosure. I wanted to say that, so I came into this also with some experience on certain political campaigns and activist campaigns and movements. And in Virginia, especially being next to DC, it's very evident of the influence and the power of the military industrial complex, and their sway in Congress and with our politicians, and how much dark money comes into play in all of this. And my personal background, I'm a media analyst by profession, and I've seen how narratives in the media can shape people's perspectives on almost any issue. And they kind of take on a life of their own, even if they start with some form of disinformation. It leads to various echo chambers, and eventually, you don't really even need the disinformation agents. You just have echo chambers that form off of those. And I kind of saw the same thing happening in this field when I first started getting into it and seeing what was taking place historically. So I think we have uh, in our approach to this as Citizens for Disclosure. For those who joined late, I wanted to reiterate that we are nonpartisan. This is a bipartisan thing that's happening in Congress in terms of trying to uncover some of these wrongdoings and these secrets. And the idea behind what we're trying to do is to have a big tent approach. So we're not, we understand there's a lot of theories about what's going on. There's a lot of ideas and notions about intent, about who these beings are, about where they come from, about how they got here, if they're already here. All of this, it's still the idea is we need access to information as a public that has been kept from us. And in some cases, there's evidence out there that this information could be vastly beneficial to society if it's released and if it's allowed to be studied in a more open way by science, by academia, and even various elements of our society, all the way to from religious institutions to financial institutions. All of these are going to be impacted. So we want to kind of help lay the groundwork by increasing public awareness, to have the public, have a say in this from the get-go, and not let this be kept in the domain of, a select few in government or the MIC. And we're starting to do this from the ground up. We're trying to get teams together around all the states and internationally. And the idea is to just initially to raise public awareness, to try to affect change politically and socially around these issues, so that we are positioned as a public in this democratic society to have a say in how this is done, and how this narrative is shaped moving forward for our interest, not for anyone else's.
Yes, that's very nicely put indeed.
Should call it the people's cosmic narrative. Globalism is yesterday's news.
Okay, I just want
Let's
to say
bring in
hello.
Just.
Hi.
Hi.
It's the first time I've heard of you guys, so I just want to say hi. Thank you for holding
Welcome.
this room. How do you do this? First of all, I don't know if whatever it is going to save humanity, because I mean, humanity has had different uh I think there's been different civilizations that have obviously come and gone, but maybe if they share the planet with us, they might want to save Earth. I think Earth is very important. But how do you like get transparency when it seems the whole system is completely uh you know, it's completely corrupt. Like, it's
Well,
not just this, it's everything. If you had a working system that was working for the people and wasn't the way it is now, then you wouldn't have to worry. Like, this would be, I guess it's the nature of our world as well. Like, when you think about it, look at there's bad actors, good actors, and some of this information might be um, not the best to get out to the bad actors. So how do you do it? Like, how do you actually make this work where instead of keeping you knock on doors, but you don't get anywhere?
yeah, you're right, and um, that's why there might need to be the shakeup, some sort of a shakeup from within that. reveals information that wasn't expected to come out. So, for example, whistleblowers, and there's more and more whistleblower protections that are coming into effect. And so, through them and through an increasing number of congressional hearings, and the next one is scheduled for November. I believe tentatively it was the 13th, but I don't know if that's set in stone yet or if it's been pushed out altogether. But um, these congressional hearings that have highly reputed people, whistleblowers, coming forward, um, we can start learning more information. But you're right. We're at the tip of the iceberg here, and I think that the bottom of the iceberg is something that could just be too shocking for a lot of people. Because as Danny Sheehan has said in his podcast and YouTube interviews that he's done, there is indeed an intergalactic federation or galactic federation. There are indeed numerous species that come to this planet. There is indeed a hybridization program that in itself that just blows too many people's minds, frankly. That's something that very many people would have a
We might be
hard time.
hybridized though. Like we don't know when this whole thing started. Like everyone says, oh, it happened from this certain date, current date, but it hasn't. We have records and there's obvious history with these beings going back way back, way, way back.
That's true. Zechariah Sitchin wrote in the 12th Planet that the Anunnaki came and they saw Neanderthal man on the planet, and they wanted the minerals of the earth, specifically gold, and so they hybridized them to make slaves, which are us, our ancestors. So that's from Zechariah Sitchin, and then of course many people look at the Bible to see Genesis, and there's plenty of speculation in that regard. So I don't need to go into that because you guys have probably already heard it. And but the thing that is happening now, as far as hybridization, may very well be something altogether different, because we're seeing from experiencer testimonies of abductees that they are on board a ship with the Greys, which is a different race altogether. Obviously, the Anunnaki look something like us because, as the Bible says, they made us in their image, in God's image. So they look like us. They're just advanced, and they evolved quickly from somewhere else many years ago, obviously, since they have the technology to travel through space. But in this case of these abduction testimonies, it's the Greys who are doing the hybriding this time, and so that's where it gets a little bit unusual, because we have testimonies of people who are re-abducted, and then they see their own hybrid children that they know in their heart it's their offspring, but they see that the child is different and described beautifully sometimes, or just looks a little bit unusual. There are both kinds of testimonies, and there's telepathy involved, and so that just starts making you wonder why. Like, what are they doing? And obviously it's something that they've been perfecting over the decades, because abduction testimonies go back decades. And if they were a little bit eerie looking, the hybrids back then by this time, with all the trial and error, they probably might be a little bit more convincing, and but have higher skills. And that's one of the things that Danny Sheehan also said in one of his interviews, was that is it that they um, are to come to Earth and live among us, or do they already live among us? And is our 360, 180, I should say, not 360, but is our 180 that is needed to get rid of corruption and to bring more peace and stop the ridiculous wars? does it take this other species that looks like us and is assimilating with us to take these positions of in the government or otherwise to lead the planet in a new way forward? That's something that sounds like sci-fi. I mean, all of this sounds like sci-fi, but it's just so we don't know how things are going to play out. That's for sure. It's amazing that we're even this far, and that these kinds of conversations can happen without half the people saying, "That's outrageous. What are you talking about? You're insane." That's how it used to be. The fact that it's not like that anymore really tells us that strides are being made, and we don't know how many more years it will take. But uh, if the DoD actually allows the information to be released, which was supposed to be, we were supposed to have it all on the 20th, and that's why Global Disclosure Day was on the 20th, but it was pushed back a year. And so depending on what kind of information is in there and what kind of strides are made um, uh, in between now and then, will probably define how much stuff really comes out. So let me. I know that a while back I saw the man in. I can't read the rest, but the man, you had your hand up a little bit ago, and I can ask if Just and Virginia can get rid of their hands up so that I know that you guys have already spoken unless you have more to say. But let's hear from the man, and then Star Captain after that. Go ahead.
Hey, how are you?
Hey there. Welcome.
Thank you. So I noticed, was going through your whole website right now, and I'm actually going through it. And I love the back end on the Python. Love that. Um, the reason why I'm saying that is I'm a expert in exposing certain things and getting exposure for major big companies, small, medium, and large. And I'm going through your system, and I'm like, you know what? You guys need more exposure. The website is flawless. There's no interruptions. There's no lag, even on my other devices. I think we should have more of a conversation of putting you in Las Vegas. The reason why I'm saying that within your system is because I have business relationships with major big companies, such as all of the digital billboards from across the United States and international. I also have relationships with people in Washington and public and private advocates that are contractors that are either retired or currently in operation. I have some other relationships in DoD and, let's just say, people that are in the intelligence industry. I think, and I know for a fact you understand what I'm saying.
Mhm.
My name is actually Christian Thompson. You can Google me on LinkedIn. I have done some previous applications that when it deals with cloud seeding technology. Now, the reason why I'm presenting myself in such manner is because it's scalable and your business can and will be scalable. When you say international, I can actually get you guys there. So how big do you guys want it? That's my question.
Well, it'll be a matter of slow exposure over time, and people in certain areas. For example, you mentioned Las Vegas. We need a presence in Las Vegas. So,
Correct.
if if there's not currently a Citizens for Disclosure group in Las Vegas, then this is a welcome message to anybody in Las Vegas to reach out and then form your own group, which all it does is it begins with just creating a WhatsApp group, and then you begin recruiting some people, and then the numbers can grow a little bit, and then somebody becomes the social media manager for X and Facebook and whatever other social media, Instagram, um, and uh, and that's how it's really organically going out. It's a
Understood.
501(c), so if you're referring to investments in advertising, I don't know that that's something that currently is in the plan for NPI, but it might be depending on donations that are made and if that's the goal of the organization. But I think that it is intending to begin as individuals who are passionate about the truth and know that there is more to know, and really, frankly, demand that those who know more share what they are keeping from us. And so,
Yeah,
I
can
mean,
I just speak on that real quick? I'm sorry to interrupt.
yeah,
Yeah, this is definitely a grassroots situation. It's bottom up. It's not about advertising or doing a corporate model. It's
That's not what
average
I'm saying.
people. I'm saying like it's
I
average people getting together. We care about this subject. Let's organize locally. That's the way local representatives are contacted and impacted is by their own constituents. Um, and even if it's in other countries, it works the same way. The point is, average folks from every walk of life. You don't have to be an expert in anything. You just want to make your voice heard. You want to get together with people of like mind in a big tent, like we said before. We don't have to all agree on all these aspects. We don't have to, be have opinions about this or that. Other than we care about this and we want it to come out. And I just wanted to say one more thing that just brought up about like how we can trust that it will come out basically. So openness and accountability is the default in our society in the United States.
Right. I
So,
understand that. But that's not what I'm saying as far as a corporate system. You guys have a nonprofit. Nonprofits make the most money by far. We know that. I know that. I know you guys know
I'm
that.
sorry,
That's why
I
you guys
wasn't
made it.
addressing you there. I was just saying for a just question, it was like that to have open and honest communication with your representatives and to expose the fact that Congress is not getting told. It's not as if there's a monolith called the government that is hiding something. It's like it's a portion of our government that is hiding things from the rest of the government that should hold them accountable. They're spending our money. They're not revealing what they have to the right people. So that is what has to be exposed. And the Congress people that we have now care about that a lot. They care about being lied to and the money going down the toilet. And there are people getting annoyed at that. That's something they do care about. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that
Thanks,
all.
no, that's
Christopher.
perfectly fine.
If I can jump in as well, real quick. Just to be clear, like we are, so Citizens for Disclosure is a volunteer-run branch that is associated with NPI. So we don't have any say in terms of what NPI is doing or how their website is run. So this is actually not the best platform to be having these discussions. Although the ideas are great, I'm sure if you contact NPI, they may be interested in looking at what you're saying. But we're just like you, like we're just citizens who are volunteers. So
So
we
who
we
I
don't have
think
so
any
who
that
control.
runs
the man in the shadows, I think, wanted to clarify that he's not looking to suggest that there's investment of funds, but some other
no.
point you wanted to make. Go ahead and try to make your point so that we see that it's not that you're making some sort of a pitch that involves an expenditure of finances.
Well, for one, I'm one of the most biggest angel investors actually out here. Okay, I partner with everybody. That's what I do. All right. So I partner with government, with the UN. I partner with all different kinds of systems, everything you name it. The reason why what caught my attention is all I'm saying is the more exposure, not just organically, that is in the past. That's like doing door knocking and hopefully you're going to get somebody. That doesn't work anymore. What you guys need and this company is you guys need more digital exposure. I can already see that right now. I already see it as far as being on every digital billboard out here, not just here, but everywhere.
Well, it sounds like you, since you mentioned that you're an angel investor, that you yourself are looking to either contribute funds or gather people who are looking to bring in funding to help NPI see their goal through, and you'd have to speak with some of the internal, like Sheehan or Garrison. Probably Jim Garrison might be the one to have a conversation with if it
Understood.
involved that level.
Oh yeah, because I'm gonna be fair with you. I mean, I've seen a lot of different companies out here, on and off. They come and go, but when I hear nonpartisan, or I hear something with nonprofit, it is the most scalable system by far. It's it's more money involved. Everybody gets together. The community is there. And I noticed that you guys have just made this not too long ago, along with some other partnerships, I'm guessing. Um, the system is great. I would love for let's talk a little bit more. Just send me some information about who to get in contact with, about who is running it. I know you don't want to actually say that because I know there's some confidential systems at play, but let's go from there and see if we can broadcast it everywhere. I have some people over at NBC News. I have relationships with literally every newscast internationally and locally in the United States.
Well, see, you as if you wanted to participate, you as a citizen also of Earth, let's say, but for disclosure, um, I think that these are the kinds of efforts that are encouraged, and it's individual action, um, and so if you, but I would. Um, look at the. I know you've already looked at the website, but I believe
I
on
did.
there's some more contact information and how you might be able to um, present your vision to the right people. But
Yeah.
I could say, I mean, it's publicly known that Jim Garrison and Danny Sheehan are the ones who started NPI, and so
Okay.
they have um, public profiles on Twitter and are reachable. So we're not looking to say that no, this is for the little guy only. We're
No, it's for
perfectly
everybody.
fine with everybody getting involved who can participate. It's not in any way viewed as any sort of like money grab or anything like that. This
No,
is
it
like
just
something for the planet's well-being and for
right.
society's well-being, so that things don't fall apart if and when there's a planned or unplanned
Hmm.
revelation or disclosure in the near or far future.
Well, I'm actually currently working on the disclosure program. I built it. I built those relationships back in 2019 and until early, well, it's still ongoing, but as far as 2023 is when I just kind of willed away. My partnership declined, as well, I should say dissolved, but I still have those same contact information. Um,
Yeah.
Now, as far as, and you were right, it has been pushed back. I got a call from somebody. Can't really disclose anything about that, but what I can say is um, disclosure is going to happen between the mid of next year to near towards the end of the following year. And you were right, it's supposed to happen on October 20th at approximately noon to 7 o'clock. But it didn't get aired at that point because of YouTube and some other uh, complications with casting. Somebody's trying to figure out a way to either buy people out or uh, somebody's doing something, and it's a group of people.
Yeah, it's a very complicated issue, and I
Yeah.
appreciate it, Man in the Shadows. You did state your name earlier. Um, But I want to, since the hand was up for a while,
Absolutely.
I do want to invite Star Captain Dread to say
Oh,
what
of
has been
course.
on their mind for a little bit. But feel free to chime in and hang out with us, the man in the shadows.
Some potent food for thought that I have on the hybridization issue. The Greys are allegedly underwater dwellers. We see them associated with USOs sometimes in some cases. This may point to them originating from a planet that had water, and in which case coming here and trying to dominate our planet may require them to have a new type of biological body that they could use that would be more optimal for our environment. In which case, hybridization would make a lot of sense. In 2018, there was a movie that came out called The Titan, in which case there was a American Air Force uh, soldier that had gone as part of a scientific mission to Titan, and they gradually changed his body to be more ideal for that environment. If they wanted to be here, have communication with us, and they primarily came from the water, building something that's kind of halfway that can, act as their intermediary or even as hybrid rulers that could kind of govern over and rule over people that would otherwise be sovereign might be the angle of approach in which they're taking. So some food for thought on that, since you were talking about it before, and since I had some thoughts on it, I thought I'd share with the group.
Yeah, that's appreciated, and thank you. I just saw a new hand come up from someone that we haven't heard yet, Parsi. Perhaps you'd like to share what's on your mind.
Hey, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's a little bit faded, but I think that we can get you.
All right, thank you so much. Well, I just want to say I really appreciate this grassroots movement. I'm a lifelong experiencer of the phenomenon, and a lot of experiencers are kind of treated as third-class citizens, but I want to do my part. I'm based in Australia, and I am experiencing the phenomenon almost on a daily basis on every aspect. Orbs, crafts, um, orbs in my house. I don't want to get into it, but if there's anything I can do based in Australia, because the stigma here is really, really awful. You say the word aliens or UFOs, and it's a one-way ticket to the mental asylum. So just want to say thank you very much to you, to Anthony, and everyone that's fighting for disclosure.
Yeah, no, that's a very frustrating thing that you're speaking of there. That the ridicule and the fact that it's so fringe in certain areas and just completely disregarded. But I do not know if there is yet an Australian branch of Citizens for Disclosure, but I absolutely welcome you to reach out to NPI at their website and let them know that that's what you want to do in your local city or region, and they will help give you some information on and some guidance to make some strides in that regard, because we do need a presence on all continents. And because if what Sheehan said is indeed the case, that um, global conflict might get so intense that there's actually a nuclear threat, then that's something that everybody on the planet will be aware of. And if there's an intervention from beyond to prevent catastrophe, then that's going to be on the news everywhere, if not seen by just the largest, as the largest mass sighting ever. We need people like you in an area that sees it as fringe to begin the process of letting people know that it's real and that it's coming. It is coming. If it wasn't going to come, then we wouldn't be here now, because all efforts would have been, the cover up has been so extreme for such a long time, that it could have been, it could be continuing. And so there is something that's happening, and we have to do our part. So I see.
Sorry to interrupt, but
Talk to me.
it's very real. It's very real. And the beings that I'm in touch with right now have told me about these wars that are happening between these factions against this hybridization program. It took all my courage to come out publicly in face of the ridicule, and my faith is plastered all over YouTube and X. But I don't care anymore because I've been carrying this information for 45 years, and I've always said disclosure is going to come from we the people, not from the governments. We are the disclosure, and
Yeah.
I'll just end with that.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent thing to add, and I'm sorry to know that you've been a target of the ridicule, and I think that many of us here want you to know that this is the safe space for you, and an organization like Citizens for Disclosure is for you to feel comfortable sharing what has happened, and you're not alone. There are thousands of experiencers who have seen orbs and been abducted. Even as I said, I just finished The Believer, which is the biography of John Mack, and there's numerous, many testimonies, and it's nothing new. And so, but you're in good hands with a group like us. I see a couple hands still. I don't know if they're lingering from before. Well, simulation is a new name. Simulation metrics. If you wanted to say what's on your mind.
How you doing? Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell y'all in a nutshell, pretty much what I've been seeing. I saw when I first started seeing this was in the beginning. I'm gonna try to put it in order. This spirit came to me, was crawling, on the ground toward my van, saying there's nowhere safe anymore. Then another spirit in the mountains in Colorado said, "Why are the evil ones going after the good people? It should be the other way around." And then I found out they stole my image, and they stole all the kings and the queen's image, and all the judges, all the lawyers, the judges, and all the law enforcement people. They stole our images too. That's what they call with this alien implant stuff that's going on too. And it's all adds to it's a system. Okay, we're living in a system where, and the thing is, I've been abducted. I went to the FBI. I went to MUFON to say, look, I got alien implants. They won't help me get it out, and they won't help nobody. Our government is corrupt and evil. These aliens are demonic, and there's wars going on, like that guy was saying. I see laser beams shooting. They're physically attacking me all the time. And I'm trying to raise money to fix my van so I could get out the van, because this is a prison. They get in my van, I gotta throw them out into the ocean, or I get underneath the power lines, and when I throw them, I'll throw them through the power lines. It's like blades. It cuts whatever dimension they have around me or whatever. And I've been fighting for so long, and I need some fucking help, man. And I found an ancient civilization. I have a dude from Los Angeles that's in the movie business, and they're going to do a skiff with me. They're going to try to raise money to get boots on the ground. But if anybody wants to be part of archaeology, like field research, let me know, because it's kind of like a casting, like for a movie. Whoever goes and is part of this, or could help fund this documentary about what's going on, like just what I said, because this is what I'm going to say in the documentary. Exactly everything I told everybody about the blue dust, about all the disclosure. We are the disclosure.
Well, I think that it would be a good idea to look at a website called HollywoodDisclosureAlliance.org, which is a collection of people who are in the UFO arena, and also in just UAP interests, who are where the function of it is a networking group in order to get productions and documentaries and series and anything else out there that is part of the disclosure process. It is headed up by a gentleman named Dan Harari and Stephen Bassett, who is well known in the UFO community. He has Paradigm Research Group, which is a website that also has a lot of great information, and also has a lot of the legal information, such as the congressional hearing information and legislation that has been passed, the Schumer bill. All of that sort of official documentation is at his website. So I think that that would be a good networking group for you. And I agree that I've heard as well that there's a demonic perception by some people. Danny Sheehan said in one of his interviews that that there, when in the a long time ago, when NHI, the Greys, were in I don't want to say captivity, but were among humans who know them, like highly official, either in DoD or other um, dark areas of the government, where there was an NHI, and one of the gentlemen who saw it didn't want to have anything to do with it. He felt that it was demonic, and that might have been because of his own religious background and and upbringing. And that's why this is such an important issue, because culturally it's going to uproot so many people's perspectives and what they have come to know, and how they celebrate life, and so.
Well, can you DM me them names, because I gotta have the right spelling and stuff, and um,
To go to paradigm
so
paradigm research group.org, and also what is it, Hollywood Disclosure Alliance.org. Those are the two websites that I referenced there. And
yeah,
so,
but just DM me them names, because I don't have a pen with me to write all that stuff down, and I'm not sure how to spell it.
okay,
So,
well,
but I'm going through
we
so
are
much
in
stress because they're physically attacking me. These spirit
yes,
beings, they're physically attacking me. Like they cut my finger. Like just a while ago when I went to the food bank, I felt somebody cutting my fingers. Like they're trying to go after you, cut your fingers off.
okay.
They put witchcraft on you too, and I've been fighting against this
Well,
witchcraft stuff
I'm
too as
sorry that
well.
you're having a difficult time. And if I don't happen to get the chance to DM, because I'm managing this space, if you just note that at the 58th minute, that's where we are right now in this space. So you can come back to this space later and look for somewhere in the vicinity of the 55th minute, and then you'll hear that I reference the websites again. Let's bring in, let's see who's. So, Just, did you have something more that you wanted to add? Because I saw a couple times that your hand kind of highlighted.
I think it's a glitch in the system, but um, as to adding, I really hope that this hearing does go through. I mean, that's the only way to get transparency, it seems, is to, you know, force it, unfortunately.
Yeah, November is supposed to be the next one with more whistleblowers, and as far as I understand, with people who have the first-hand experience. They say that David Grush was speaking secondhand, as far as programs that he became aware of, and other things that were witnessed came from somebody else's information. So this one might be a little bit bigger, and and perhaps the now that the conversation has been going on for quite some time in the political arena, this congressional hearing might get more attention, and it would be after the election, and if there is any sort of um, a lot of people anticipate that either side will probably not accept the results of the election, and so there might be some dispute as to what's going to happen next, and so there might be, who knows if one candidate or
More
another
pressing
wants to
matters.
yeah, well, wants to bring attention to this topic at that time, to say, hey, listen, I'm the one who is willing to reveal to you what you've wanted to know, because I mean,
Well,
how many
many have
times have you?
spoken out and said that Trump is for disclosure, and that he has spoken to people and said he will disclose, but he said the same thing with Kennedy and he never did.
Yeah, so this is one of those periods where people will say whatever to get into office. So, and he could say that, and he can mean it, but whether or not it'll be green lit for that is another story, because the DoD really has their hand on the throttle as far as what kind of information comes through, and so that remains to be seen. Um, but yes, you're right that more governmental action is critical um, to getting people aware, because then maybe finally the news, mainstream media, will actually say, "Hey, this congressional hearing happened, and a lot of people know about it, but the general public does not." And so maybe we'll make some strides like that.
At least one benefit that comes from the creation of the Space Force is that ultimately now there's the ability to talk about cosmic foreign relations with other worlds potentially, and whether that's diplomatic by means of people talking about cosmic democracy like we're doing now, or military, we have the ability to scout, provide information, collect information, whether scientifically or military, that people can then diplomatically discuss. So, if we find something that's peaceful or we find something that's hostile, we have some data on it. And then we can discuss what our action will be diplomatically once we better understand that, right? So, having that military capacity to actually be able to look at it from that type of intelligence perspective will ultimately give the public better insight once they have, I feel, a better grasp of that.
Yeah, that's a
And
good
that,
point.
that will help that conversation move forward
Yeah.
drastically. So him actually doing that it's like a key stepping stone to be able to have that conversation, because if the military wasn't able to have that conversation first, it'd be a lot harder for the public to have a conversation about hostile or peaceful things that are more or less advanced than us in other places, right? But we kind of have that door open now to be discussed, and there is discussion revolving around what are those things that we're seeing up there.
Yeah, that's true, and I'm glad that you mentioned Space Force, because there really is only one person who would ever mention that name as far as a politician, because it was his brainchild. But I want to bring in the Astral, has his hand raised.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey,
I really like the conversation and think this is a great space. And for me, I think one of the things that I think about is the community involvement. And I don't. It's getting a little bit tiring to hear like, "Oh, call your congressman." Like, obviously, that's the number one answer in the go-to. But I wonder what are other steps that people could take as a community. I think one thing is when things like this happen, are drawing it to attention of people who would be good to know that this is going on. For example, when the first skiff happened after David Grush came out, there were only two people that were reporting on it and were there in person. It was like Matt Laszlo and the dude from News Nation. That was it. And that was after the biggest, like arguably the biggest UFO event ever. And I think that so as a community, we can start like tweeting at these people. We can start writing them after this happens, and like getting to the where the questions are publicly asked and they sort of have to address it. I think that's the main thing, is like the people will think, oh, call your congressman, and then these people will do what they're supposed to do and we'll trust them to make this happen. I think we need to like put the fire underneath these motherfuckers and get them to start making and moving in the direction for the UFO topic. And I think that the more that we can do that as a community publicly and hold these people accountable to like actually go through, because there's only like a handful of people that are really advocating within Congress. about this topic. But I think if we can get more people, like, not even that, but another thing I think about too is the staffers, the people that are involved in these people's teams, not necessarily always trying to go for the big dog, but working with the people around them that we know are going to be in these discussions that are about the UAP topic. And they're like, hey, you know what we should be paying attention to is like this UAP stuff. And then they're in the meetings with these people, like suggesting it. They have a lot more pull than we do just tweeting at them. So I think that there's a couple things that the community can do other than just like making the calls. That's definitely important. But now the UAP basically got shut down another time, even worse. So people are sort of like, well, do I just call my congressman and tell him again to pay attention to the next UAPDA? Like, there's other stuff that we should be able to be doing to be active as a community to help the topic.
I think that that's a great statement, and I think that you have a great idea with hitting it from the staffers. So if we can get staffers of these politicians to become aware of Citizens for Disclosure and become part of groups if they themselves as individuals are already interested in the topic, because then we infiltrate from the inside, and they can start letting the politicians that they work for know that the issue is garnering more and more attention, and so yeah, that's a great thought, and I do applaud those who came forward, like Tim Burchett, and then Anna Paulina Luna, and of course Christopher Mellon. I mean, there are some people who are quite outspoken about the subject, and also years ago as well, Harry Reid was somebody as well. So a lot. It's just credibility. There are those that are in that system where they don't want to lose their political footing. They've worked hard to get where they are. They're happy that they have as much of a following as they have, and that they're in the public eye to some degree, and they don't want to mess that up. And so they they likely will not stick their neck out unless there's somebody else already sticking their neck out, and then they can kind of ride on their coattails a little bit. And so someone like Burchett, we need him to start sharing with other people that he knows information, and letting them feel safe, because it is a safe place now that there's so much more awareness, and fundamentally they have to just acknowledge the fact that when someone like David Grush and Lou Elizondo come forward in an interview, and the interviewer asks them a question, and their response is, "I'm not allowed to say that." That means that they are vetted for the other information. And that other information is something that would have been considered absolutely insane in a matter of just a few years ago. And so they're being allowed to talk. And so who is allowing it? Obviously, the people with the authority, the people who have their hand on the throttle, as I said. Factions likely in the DoD themselves, or government in another capacity. But so for them to just these politicians to essentially be like, okay, this actually isn't fringe anymore, and it's from the higher level that this information is allowed to come out, and it's from the higher level that disclosure is slowly happening. Otherwise, it would be snuffed out already, again, like it used to be for decades. So, yeah, politicians need to get their act together, and the staffers, it would be great for them to play a role as well.
Just on that note, yeah, sure, we should definitely make contact. That's the point of it, is to strengthen numbers to your local representatives, because whoever it is, if they need to be convinced that this is a real issue that they have to care about, they have to be convinced that they will lose their election. And the only ones that vote for them are their local people in their state or district. So
sometimes you can spur candidates.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say sometimes what you can do if people are willing to try to go and run for office as a single party or a single issue candidate, sometimes you can influence the race to a certain extent by saying, well, if you guys aren't covering this topic and people want this topic to be covered, you're going to be that hot button person that's going to go in that position and cover it, forcing the other people to either cover that issue or they lose their votes to you. And by doing that, you can actually influence those people that are potentially going to influence the people by saying, look, if you don't cover this topic, you're going to lose votes. So if you don't cover it for me, I'm going to run against you, in which case I'm going to get those people behind me and then puts them on the spot, right? So you may not even have to actually win the election in that sense, but you bringing that issue to the forefront by running as a single issue candidate can potentially be a catalyst for the other candidates to pick up on those issues.
Yeah,
Food
that's
for thought.
true, especially if it's in a primary situation, right? So if you're in the same party as them, that requires usually registering as that particular party, but that's where you can get. And again, I've been have experience in this as well in the local apparatus of parties. That is where the change can occur, and that's where your talking points get formed by what you think your constituents want to hear. And so when they hear from us about these things, that's when they start talking about it. Someone like a Burchett or somebody who already has had the interest coming into office is one thing, but to make it more of a public issue where people are being asked about it on debates and making it a public issue all the time, it requires pressure from the electorate. So that's us. And that means we have to multiply and multiply and multiply, and then they will hear. And so that's why this is important. What MPI
Let's do a thing. Let me suggest, because we have some names that have been mentioned, and Tim Burchett certainly has a presence on X. So if as many of you are willing, share this and tag him, then maybe we could try to actually get some movement and have somebody hop in here. You could. That's up to you, but sharing this would be useful to try to get some more attention, and maybe somebody who is a staffer. There might be a staffer for a politician that is scrolling on X right now, and if you share this space and mention, hey, staffer for so and so politician or politician themselves, hop on in. Contribute to this a little bit. That could be an interesting event. Who else? Okay, so I was just scrolling down, and as I got to your name, Virginia, you had said, "Mind if I jump in?" So I'm going to give you the green light right now.
Yeah, just to respond to what Astro was saying, and these are all great points, because it is frustrating, when there isn't much movement on these topics politically. I think it's best to remember that, like, yes, this is like in order for us to affect and impact change on a national level politically, it has to start locally, and even beyond that, it has to start on the societal level, like with actual people. So what and that includes like the key authoritative voices that the public takes into consideration when they're forming their views on issues, or when they're forming their views on reality, frankly, and what's important. So, for example, what we're doing in Citizens for Disclosure is we have certain strategies that we're pursuing on the local level that include doing things like in-person events. We're tabling at different events at farmers markets, festivals, things like that. We are doing events at public libraries to just get engagement with regular members of the public, our neighbors who don't know about these issues. We're in our own echo chamber here, unfortunately. So we need more people engaged in the social level to get political change, and media is an important part of that. We also have letters to the editors campaigns that we're doing on the local level with local media to get people to actually write to their local editors to tell them about current events going on, whether in Congress or with whistleblowers or whatever it may be, or even if there's direct relevance on the local or state level, with some like major sighting or anything like that, or for instance in Virginia, what's happening at Langley Air Force Base, just to draw the attention of journalists more to this issue, and that to show them that members of their public care about this, and then that can have a domino effect throughout society. So this can be approached from different levels and different angles, and I think that's what we're trying to do here.
That is true, and I think that a lot of reach could be made by also celebrity type people who might want to be part of the word. There are different artists who are big and have a big following who are fairly outspoken about the reality of the material that we're talking about, and so they have a large following, and these followers typically just they'll do what they say. You have a celebrity who wears a new outfit, that then next day you have a bunch of people wearing that same outfit, so they'll pick up on celebrity advocates for this, but for the most part, we're regular people who have our own lives, but we know that there is more to know about the fabric of reality, and we don't like the fact that there is a group of people who are an authority, who have information and have technology, that they are keeping to themselves for military purposes or other financial gains also. So we're not really wanting to put up with that any longer, and the implications are just big, because we look at if it's a matter of technology that leads to new energy and it makes oil obsolete, you have countries that are bankrupt overnight. Someone that I know lived in Bahrain, part of the military, briefly, and he said that the citizens just get money from the government, and it's all from oil sales. And let alone the fact that the U.S. dollar is like the petrodollar, and so you have a whole foundation of socioeconomic just precedent that makes it difficult for everything to come out. But we're here wanting to find a way to make it happen. And God knows, with all the corruption that has already been spoken of in this space, that the those that might end up being harmed economically by this information, I would imagine that by now they're trying to figure out a way to use it to their benefit while also making it public. Like if it's some sort of new energy plant that is free, then they might impose a tax on it anyway, even though they don't need to, just so that their systems don't collapse. But yeah, any thoughts on that?
Well, the whistleblower thing, I need 3 more people. I guess we could call it the Twitter whistleblowers. We need at least 3. I'm one of them. But we need scientists like me that did research in Faraday cages and ways to stop the alien implants, because I'm going to ask the government when I go there as a whistleblower, I'm going to ask to have a task force to help these alien implant people, because the government is not doing it. And I'm whistleblowing on the FBI. I told them. I'm whistleblowing on MUFON. I told them, and I told Aneta the medical thing, whatever that is. That's 3 of them, and none of them are freaking helping me. Okay, that's now I'm a whistleblower on that. Now I don't know about the rest of y'all, but you could study about alien implants, and you could go underwater. It stops the alien implants. You could have static. What I do is, like last couple of nights, I've been doing static, loud static with these hertz, the sound wave hertz thing at the same time, and trying to stop the alien implants. And look, when I was watching these people fall from the sky, from heaven, and people just falling down and shit, because I'm quantum entangled with these people, and they're I'm fighting a war by myself,
Yeah,
and I'm gonna have to tell the Congress the same
yeah, I
thing.
think you were
But
referring
I need
to
two other people.
you were referring to binaural beats, I believe, is what you were referring to with the hertz and um
Yeah, frequencies. It's
yeah.
frequencies. But the thing is, these people that's been abducted, you have to disrupt the alien implants as much as you can, because they're after you. Okay. And I gotta get some money. I'm gonna try to get a GoFundMe thing going now. I got a PayPal thing or whatever it's called in my Cash App on Twitter. And if you could help me go to Washington D.C., I'm gonna talk to y'all from there. I'm gonna say, look, man, I'm here. You're gonna see me in person, and I need two other people though. At least you got to be alien abducted or have the science about Faraday cages and how to stop it, how it works, and
I
everything
think
too.
that
And we
within
need,
X, you can find that there are some experiencer groups, and so that might be the an approach to take in order to find a larger audience of someone who might want to get on board with you, because they have similar experiences that you're talking about. And so, if anybody here has a similar experience, feel free to reach out to him, simulation metrics. And but if you don't hear from somebody in this space, then again, there are some experiencer groups, because there are thousands of people who have testimonies of abduction, and there is testimony of implants. And in the book that I recently read, The Believer, the biography of John Mack, it mentions that a lot of the implant material is encased, if not fully organic, and so it was met with credulity, and so it's a very big challenge. You have to anticipate that whatever kind of advanced species has the ability to abduct somebody onto a ship and do whatever testing that they do, and engage in whatever hybridization that they engage in, and implant something that they have a skill and a technology and a anticipation that they want to make it so that it's difficult for others to locate, and that's why it's often encased in some biological matter. um, but we want to remain in a more of a broad disclosure conversation here, because although topics like implants and abduction is one component of it, I think that the scientific side is something that we should be thinking about also, and the technological side, and effects on civilization. I would like to know anybody's thoughts about how the world will change if there is indeed a either official disclosure or an unintentional disclosure in the form of a mass event that, like Danny Sheehan said, could happen if there's a nuclear activity as a result of the ongoing wars that are happening. So I see hands up, but I'm not sure if those are active. If you're meaning to say something, then feel free to speak up.
I know for the science, the part that's one of the things that I like to pay attention to, and I think one of the biggest challenges in the field is the science and the establishment of it when there's not really any journals. And I think they can learn a lot from other fields like psi research and parapsychology and stuff like that. But there's not a lot of direction to. I think the Soul Foundation, I wish would like do more. I wish they would do more, honestly, in the direction of where the field needs to go and help out with the research, the data collection. Because I think individually there's great researchers out there, but collectively there's not a field. So other people from other um, avenues in other sciences aren't going to take this as serious when it's all like scattered around and fragmented around when it comes to the science stuff.
Yeah, understandable. We all know Gary Nolan, who is a scientist and is an advocate and knows things. Like it's a lot of these people, um, Gary Nolan and Ross Coulthart and other whistleblowers who have already come forward, and other people that somehow are on the inside. Um, uh, um, they know more also. So it's really not just um, this ogre of the DoD that is concealing all this information, although they likely know more than others. But there are levels. Like we know already that someone like Elizondo knows more than he's willing to and able to share, because he's said it in interviews himself that he can't share certain things. So um, yeah,
But the
the
establishment of a scientific field would really not negate that, but it would shift the focus to more of a data oriented and researcher perspective. Like when Stanton Friedman and Jacques Vallée were all into it. Now it's kind of like we gotta pull through this method of what we're doing. But I think if the establishment of the field with researchers and experiencers and sightings were the forefront, that this would be a little bit more community and publicly oriented, and they would feel more a part of the process. When, like you said, it's sort of like a group of people on the inside that are like, I know what's going on, I just can't tell you what's going on, but trust the process and we're going in the right direction.
What might be an idea to help that is to create like a peer review board for UFO related science and like exopolitics related science, because that doesn't really exist yet. But that's kind of what is needed. There would need to be like a board of people that could, review all of that evidence and then put it into a database of some sort. And that might be a way, because then people could kind of submit it like the arrow process exists for UAP reports, but for scientific theories, or thoughts that could be kind of assessed in that kind of a nature.
Yeah, that's a good point. Um, and we do know that because of reverse engineering programs that have been publicly stated by both Grush and Elizondo and others, we know that this kind of science is in the hands of some, and that it unfortunately is being used for weaponry and purposes, and other purposes that we might not even know about. Um, so there perhaps needs to be a whistleblower within the reverse engineering programs who is willing to come forward with material or other technology, or video demonstrations, that I'm sure that they have video demonstrations of whatever progress that they've made. So somebody from the inside might need to blow a whistle on this.
If I can jump in just real quick to address Astral's claims, I think that was Astral. There's a bit of a lag here. But regarding the involvement of academia and science in more public facing ways, I totally agree with that. There's a few other efforts besides what Seoul is doing right now that are taking place that not too many people, I think, are aware of. There's one that was just recently launched called the Visible College that NPI partnered with for their Yale teaching. And there's multidisciplinary academics involved in that. And their goal is to eventually start expanding this in their own fields and having more public facing approaches to this from their fields of study. There's also the Society for UAP Studies. They don't get a lot of attention, but they're doing some great work. And I'm pretty sure they have their own journal as well. I could be wrong about that, but I think they do. And I forgot the name of it right now. And there's also one that was launched recently in Spain. And this is not just a US effort. There was one launched in Spain. Their website, they're called UAP Digital. And they are also multidisciplinary scientists and academics. That's uapdigital.com. And they are just getting started, but from what I understand, their goal is to open up the conversation and the dialogue around this from the scientific and academic approach in Europe to kind of get them up to speed and beyond where the US is right now, because they're behind. So there are things taking place, and I think it's well worth checking them out.
Yeah, that's excellent. We need that kind of awareness, and the more credible people that are part of those types of groups studying that um, allows other people to agree that there's something to this, and it's credible. It's not BS, and it's not fringe. Anybody have any thoughts on to um, how to manage uh, the effect on society with respect to religion? Anybody have any ideas on how people can assimilate a disclosure of NHI into their religious worldview in such a way that they don't have to uproot everything that they already know in their entire history? It's very complex, obviously.
So I have a thought on that. It's a little bit forward thinking in a sense, but a lot of mythologies have history and stories about arcs. And if we are to traverse into space, we might require such an arc. And if we look at that from a philosophical perspective of pursuing a self sustaining and self governing system of living for ourselves in a diverse manner that respects and appreciates the differences in our cultures, in our societies, so that each arc can act as a model of our terrestrial civilizations moving into that cosmic domain. Looking at it from a philosophical perspective of that nature might lead us towards developing a cosmic society that has a more sound moral and philosophical base to some extent, because we're pursuing a sense of responsible stewardship in space as a civilization, while also respecting the diversity of our cultures and peoples.
And how would you say things land on like taking into perspective right now for a second the war in Gaza, which obviously is Israel and Hamas, and now Hezbollah and Lebanon is involved, and Iran obviously is involved, and we're looking at two fundamentally different religious beliefs at this point, and if there's a celestial revelation that stops a nuclear detonation, as Sheehan proposed as a possibility, then they're both confronted with something that will shake their beliefs, and either either things fall apart further for them, or some authority comes forward to say, hey, we can unite in this, now that we see that we had it all wrong. or partially wrong, and we need to factor in something greater now. Jesse Jordan is new on here, so let me hear what you have to say.
Testing audio, 1, 2, 3.
You're
Not
coming
bad.
clear. You're
Going
coming
through.
clear.
Beautiful. So I'll be honest, right off the hop, I'm not somebody who's had an experience of anything along the lines that's been described here. I remain cautiously optimistic about the existence of extraterrestrials. I think the universe is just too damn big for it to not be the case. But if they exist and if they're, monitoring Earth or viewing Earth or whatever have you, and apparently we've got that mothership thing in the system that course corrected itself and Bennu course corrected itself and so on and so on and so on. So like there's growing evidence for the possibility that there very well could be. But assuming that, the growing evidence ends up turning into something tangible, and assuming that there is a higher intelligence or a different type of intelligence or a non-human intelligence or whatever you want it to be, assuming that exists, assuming they show up, then racist genocidal places like Israel would be a reason to keep them away. They'd go, oh God, look at those savages that are literally just shooting babies and bombing your unborn and your young. Why on earth would a higher civilization want anything to do with that?
What if they're
So
responsible?
if that
What if they're
exists, then they
responsible
would
for it?
literally show up to like, oh, that doesn't make any sense
That
whatsoever.
doesn't make any sense. The
If
Tower of Babel points to an outside force dividing humanity's language and perspective.
the Tower of Babel is a parable, my friend, it is not historically accurate.
It is
The
it
Tower
is
of
a
Babel is a
mythological
bedtime
record that
story.
spans across 7 different civilizations on the
Mythological is
Earth.
the key word, though.
Yes, this is with
Mythological is
recordings
the
that
key word,
were
though.
recorded before written history was.
Mythological is the key word, though.
What if our records are
So
being destroyed by this outside force so that we don't recall our history where we might be fighting each other because they sow discord between us, so we wouldn't turn against them?
are you familiar with the concept of Occam's razor?
Aye.
So let me.
The most simplest explanation is usually the most likely. And in this case, it is significantly simpler for us to go, yep, humans have always been kind of racist, kind of stupid, and pretty good at killing each other for dumb reasons. We didn't need any outside help to do that when all we had was rocks and sticks. We didn't need any outside help to do that when all we had was bow and arrows. And God help us, we don't need any outside help to do that when we've got, 2,000-pound bombs and fighter jets. If there is any outside influence, if there is anything whatsoever, it would, in my best guess, it would come in the form of like somebody else said, an intervention in the sense of someone being like, okay, there, sweetheart, and picking up the 2 toddlers and dividing them from each other and putting them in their corners so they can't blow up a planet.
Which nations were the first to set sail and expand colonial wise? It was empires, which were not free people. And in space, that may very well be the same. We may be one of the only places where freedom exists in the universe, and asserting our cosmic freedom and cosmic independence may be the most important topic on the planet's surface right now.
Wouldn't the very existence of those people that you just postulated like defeat that argument by saying that they were free to go out and wayfare across space independently?
Allow me a moment to state that most of us likely put some credibility in what Daniel Sheehan has to say. He's one of the co-founders of New Paradigm Institute. And in one of his interviews, he made it clear that without a doubt, there are multiple species who have been visiting the planet, and that there is some sort of an understanding that different ones monitor or interact with different areas of the planet. And he did state that during October 20th Global Disclosure Day presentation that it seems that off the coast of Baja California, under the sea floor, there is some sort of a base for, at least one of the species, because likely they're not going to be sharing different bases that are on the planet. And so that is a thought that reminds me of a documentary that I saw on YouTube around 2015. It's not on YouTube anymore, but it was hosted by Peter Falk, who was that actor who played Columbo, which is an old TV show from 80s in that vicinity, maybe 70s too. And the documentary was outwardly stating that different extraterrestrial races have been to Earth, and that's why different humans look differently, that they are, um, as we've already discussed in this broadcast, the hybrid concept, but that the different races, types of humans that there are that are geographically located, all have genetics from different species. I mean, you look at the Nordics, which are ET race, and where they're you generally associated with, and you see blonde people. And so um, we have to take the position, since we're here, and since we are familiar with the content from the founders of New Paradigm Institute, that it's not speculation that there are different species that come to the planet and have been interacting with us, but we take it rather as just a given, um, because that's what has been learned. These aren't ideas that they're just coming up with and waking up in the middle of the night with this fantasy thought and saying, hey, now I'm going to put this out there. This is credible information from people inside who have shared these things. I mean, Danny Sheehan is an attorney who was involved with Stephen Greer's Disclosure Project in 2001. He represents Lou Elizondo. So he knows things, and just if you're not familiar with this guy, you gotta go and watch some of his interviews, because you'll see that he's credible, and you'll have a hard time accepting some of the things that he has to say.
Do you see my hand
I
raised?
was
Just
just
for
going to invite Cruiser to come in, but then just let me have you come in after Cruiser.
Hey guys, thanks for having me up. Yeah, I love the discussion. I wanted to pop in because somebody mentioned the Tower of Babel. And, if people are interested in the biblical perspective, I think it's worth noting that in Deuteronomy 32, there's this discourse by Moses, and he mentions the Tower of Babel, and it's around verse 8 that he mentions specifically that the nations were divided according to the number of the, um, it's translated sons of Israel in most recent translations, but sons of God more literally. Let's see, it says, when the Most High gave the nations their inheritance, when he divided all mankind, he set up boundaries for the people according to the number of the, so sons of Israel or sons of God. And this passage in Deuteronomy 32 has led some scholars to form what they call the Deuteronomy 32 worldview. There's a teacher named Michael Heiser, Heiser, that has spoken extensively on this topic. And essentially, it's this, that these spiritual beings, or lowercase Elohim, were placed over these different groups of people. So people were divided at Babel, and then spirit beings placed over them. And this is backed up by, you guys are probably familiar with, in the book of Daniel, there's the account of the prophet Daniel being in captivity. He had been praying for around a month or 20 days or so, and an angel appears to him and says, I would have been here sooner, but the prince of Persia detained me. He had to call upon the assistance of the archangel Michael to help him make it to Daniel. And so there's other passages that are along this vein of thought. But what I'm trying to communicate is that biblically there is a reasonable um, perspective that's established that involves what we would call angels or spiritual beings, lowercase Elohim, that humans interact with. They are humanoid in appearance. They can be mistaken as people, and so I wanted to bring that to the table because I think that it is it's
Very
worth noting.
relevant. It's very
Yeah.
relevant, and you are, there are many people who agree with what you're saying, and you mentioned Michael Heiser, and there's so many others that see things in that perspective, and it's a great way to assimilate UAP into religion by really critically looking at the texts and kind of reading between the lines. Um, and so that might be the way forward as more and more people. I mean, even the Vatican has come forward with to some degree. So this is what we're talking about, though, because they are citizens as well. From we're kind of gathering together from many different angles and perspectives, and we are narrowing in on something, and the numbers are growing. And so it is we, the people, who will help bring this forward with our voices and with our knowledge. I stated that Just would be next, and I want to say also that I saw Draconis, Val come in, and then I saw Moo come in. So if we could try to remember that order, please take it away, Just.
Well, I had a few points, but one of them that I remember is Daniel Sheehan, when he talks about NHI taking out a nuke, is that based on the story of Bledsoe? Because, like that's one person talking, Bledsoe. And a lot of his info, I wonder where he gets it. Like, was it multiple sources that said because they haven't taken out nukes before, right? So
They've
what
shut
makes
down.
this time different?
They have disarmed nuclear assets before. That's well known. Not necessarily ones that are in the air with the intention of doing damage, but they have disabled nuclear assets at their facilities.
But we've detonated nukes and we've trialed nukes, and uh, you know, like it's not something that we hear is happening when it comes to these things.
This is a great point. There's tests that happen all the time. I think that it's a matter of the scale and destruction and any anticipated damage to ecological systems. That is the concern. I mean, how many times have we heard that if one country were to launch one, then that would be the end because others would launch as well? And, that kind of an impact is far greater than a test out at Los Alamos or somewhere. So I think it's a matter of the scale of it and the intention of it. Um, they know our intentions, and if there's something malicious, um, with high aggression. Plenty of people are already thinking, oh, why don't they intervene? And people who would say, if there's a God, why doesn't God intervene in the wars that are already happening? And that's unanswerable. But I think it's a matter of the scale, and it's all a mystery, frankly. It really, to that degree.
Well, maybe that's
Well,
the
I was next.
wait. Maybe that's the
Wait,
Go
let,
ahead.
question.
let's just continue.
Thank you. We need to figure out our history. We need to figure out the basics from, zero to see exactly what this is. And that's my interest personally. I, you know,
Yeah. Draconis was next.
I want to. No, I was next. I was right after her, man. I don't know why you didn't see my name, but let me tell you the situation we're in. The bad aliens that have control of this planet, they connected their DNA with our DNA. Okay, what they're doing is they're eliminating the left side, and then the right side of their people takes over the whole body. That's one thing that I know. Another thing is, uh, the good aliens that's coming to save us. There's a war going on. Okay, and they're not going to allow that stuff to happen. These wars have been going on for a long time, and they're coming. I told people 2027 they're coming. And then Lou and this other FBI, they said it's official, that it's true. Now I said 2027 a long time ago, then someone tried to change it to 26. And then it's like, no, dude, I'm the one that started that. Okay, in the blue dust, in a lot of I just got a picture of a moon behind the moon,
You
and I
do have
just
a mute
posted it
button.
on some of.
New paradigm. You have a mute button. You can use.
Well, yeah, simulation metrics. Yeah, we are discussing these things, and you did mention.
But I am the messenger. You don't understand. I'm the messenger that knows things. People that believe in a lot of stuff, y'all don't know nothing. That I'm not human. Like that dude was saying, we need a non-human person to come tell us what's going on. Well, I'm here, and y'all gonna shut me down and say, "Oh yeah, let's just put him on the cross," like this just girl
No,
just
we're
said.
looking
Okay,
simulation to keep the conversation broad, and we did cover a bit of the conflict that you're talking about, and we did discuss the hybrids also, um, and
yeah,
implants, and I want to keep things broadly spoken, and I do want to hear from new people as well before they drop off with a sense that they won't have the chance. So let me indeed, and I appreciate simulation metrics that you're willing to recede for a moment and listen to some other people's points of views as well. So Draconis, come on in.
Well, thank you. Well, Star Captain Dread, he was speaking earlier, and that's my buddy. Uh, what he was talking about, the arcs, um, that's one name for them. There's amongst that a million other names. Um, they're basically massive skyscrapers, more massive than we've ever built before, and I just wanted to put it out there that in order to do this, we'll have to destroy some of what we've created, which in the spiritual sense is another form of creation and is a lesson that can be found in Hindu teaching, which is very big into the speculation of extraterrestrial life form and the existence of things outside of what we have. Well, I mean, we can experience things without experiencing things, if you catch my drift. Um, that I'm gonna get all tinfoil a hat time here, and just express to suggest that we receive signals. We do receive signals beyond words and just the body communication and basic what we would normally experience within material plane.
Well, consciousness is indeed a aspect of this that is being looked at closely. Um, there's supposition that even the UAP craft themselves require a certain level of consciousness, but when you look at power of thought and prayer and people who have the gift of precognition and telepathy, there is something greater, and the intuition that we're connected to something indeed. and so yeah, and I like that you mentioned Hinduism. And if you look at Hindu art and Buddhist art, you'll often see what to me appear like clear UAP and occupants of them, because of these like orb type objects that different Buddhist figures are sitting
They
in.
talk about people
Uh,
made of silicon.
Say it again.
They talk about people made of silicon sending signals to us,
Okay.
like star light years away in some other galaxy. There's people made of silicon sending us signals, trying to get us to understand magic, understand science, understand everything there is to understand, so that maybe one day we can meet.
It's
And
interesting you say.
that's just one example of alien life forms reaching out, other than
Yeah.
touching down and actually grabbing people up.
In just a moment, I'm going to bring Melanie in, but let me say first, it's interesting you say silicon, because in the Arecibo message that so SETI in the 70s, SETI sent out a radio signal that had a particular um, uh, message, or they sent something, but there was, if you look into it, they send a diagram of sorts that has a human being, or a description of our DNA, and that we're made of carbon as a base, and our mathematical system, and where we're located in the solar system, and other information. And then there was a reply in the form of a crop circle message that is remarkable. But if you search this, and it all comes from the Arecibo telescope, something like that. But if you look that up, and it was from a while back, 90s, and the reply says it shows the figure of the people, and there's a larger head and mathematical system, and then it also says that the DNA has as its base silicon. Melanie, come on in.
Oh, thank you. Kind of new to these spaces, so thank you. That was fascinating what you were just talking about, the silicone. I love that. Um,
Of
but I
course,
wanted to
no.
get to your idea of what disclosure would do to religion. I think you asked that a while ago.
Yes.
And I wanted to talk about, I come from the perspective that Earth or three-dimensional life is a place for evolving consciousness, not for evolving our physical body so much. And that such as we're evolving our consciousness more towards unity and acceptance, integrating polarities, all that, all that, those things, we're getting closer to disclosure. Because if we don't accept the people living here on Earth currently as human beings deserving of respect, food, humanity, what we call humanity, advanced consciousnesses or NIHs aren't going to become involved. And so, what I wanted to say about religion, based on my where I'm coming from, is that it complete disclosure could be catastrophic if done like in the most catastrophic, abrupt way. But as we evolve and learn more, and sciences learn more, and more people dig deep into it. Like even Bob Bigelow, remember he had owned Skinwalker Ranch and dove deep into the phenomena. Then he ended up studying the afterlife and meditation. And so as we all go through this process, we will get closer. And then religions will understand that a lot of what they all taught was real. And it was real, and some things got messed up along the way, and we all should just get along, basically. And thank you. That's all I have to say.
No, thanks for chiming in. And this is what Citizens for Disclosure is about. Because you say it will be catastrophic, and that's a term that has been used: catastrophic disclosure versus controlled disclosure, and that we're in basically a process now of controlled disclosure through legislation. And but it can only be catastrophic if not enough people are aware of the reality and the potential implications, and that's what the New Paradigm Institute is really trying to do, is get more awareness through citizen groups who grow in numbers, and so at a certain point we reach a critical mass of people who accept the new reality and its implications to some degree. I would think that if everything, like everything that is known by the DoD and anybody else even deeper than that, if all of that was revealed, then it would be shattering, likely, for a great number of people. But if there's a slow process of awareness, then people can kind of ease into it and accept it. And when they have questions about, okay, wait, what happens to this religion's based on what you're now presenting, others can say, okay, well, that's already been talked about, because look, here it is. These are some scholars, these are some theologians who have already addressed this. And so we're in that period of consciousness elevating as far as knowledge and acceptance, that there's more to more than meets the eye, essentially. Let's see. I see some hands, but I'm not sure if these are active. Andra, you just came in. We haven't heard from you. Come on in.
Oh, thank you, but there are two hands before me.
So, who might those be? That because I see Cruiser, I see Melanie still, I see Draconis, I see Just, I see Star Cap, Captain Dread, but they've all spoken already. So that's
Oh, I see. Okay.
They have spoken, and they're free to say something more. But Andra, go ahead and jump on in
Okay.
and share what's on your
Sure.
mind.
Well, God, I wish I had been in this conversation when it first started. When I when I think about disclosure, when I talk about when we talk about disclosure, I often wonder what
Hi.
level of disclosure we're talking about when we're talking about catastrophic disclosure. Because I think that disclosure is not going to be just for them, it's going to be for us too. And I wouldn't bring this up in unless I were in a space where everyone here is very advanced. But one thing we do not talk about very much in these communities are the breakaway civilizations and what the impact of that is, what the implications of that, well, what has been going on with the breakaways, not just that they exist, but that there's been human slave trade on them, on some of them, for a long time. And so I think, I fully believe with all of my heart that is being resolved in this moment as we speak. But it does call to mind a sort of greater level of disclosure that expands our idea of who we are as humanity vis-a-vis Earth, vis-a-vis space, because there are more of us out there in the other realms, and that too is part of disclosure. And it's something to wrap your head around. I think that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Andra. And this idea of breakaway civilizations is something that Richard Dolan, who is well known in UFO circles, also advocates for, which can be those that have indeed reverse engineered craft and use it for themselves, or even, yeah, that would be the breakaway civilization, because it means that they they came upon the new technology and then used it for themselves to advance in their own ways and to travel in their own ways and have their own private civilization amongst themselves without anybody else knowing. And it's regarded as breakaway because it's us using it. That's in contrast to the claim that ETs are already here and are potentially interacting with us because some of them might look well enough like us, or with a small disguise, such as big sunglasses and a hat, can assimilate. I don't know if anybody's read, um, uh, gosh, um, hopefully it comes to mind, but
Penetration.
no, but it's about visitations in the '60s by people who look just like us. The Visitors from Lanulos is a book. I wish that there weren't the typos in it that there are, because some people view that as like, okay, there's all of a sudden a loss of credibility if there's grammatical errors. But Visitors from Lanulos is a testimony of a gentleman who was mentioned in Keel. John Keel, am I saying that name? I think it's Keel, not Keen, but yeah. He mentions this individual whose last name starts with a D, but he's the writer of Visitors from Lanulos, and it's pretty groundbreaking because it does talk about, in the '60s, visitations from others from another planet called Lanulos that take this guy and others onto their craft, and that they look just like regular people. And so that would be not a breakaway civilization because it's not born from Earth, but still a civilization of people who look just like us, but come from elsewhere. And if that's the case, they could very well be operating here in a clandestine fashion without anybody knowing that they actually come from somewhere else, because they look like us anyway. And who knows what kind of power these people have and what kind of roles that they play on the world stage. I have a couple new hands. Non-credible UAP reports is one, and then the other one is Intel Creek, and you guys are the new hands. So non-credible UAP reports, go ahead and bring it on.
Hey man, awesome. Yeah, two things I wanted to jump up here for. One, I was just like, hey, like, nice to see you. Welcome to Spaces. There's a little bit of a learning curve, some glitches. If you're having trouble with hands, maybe you're on PC. Just let us know. We can help you work through it. But I wanted to comment on the like the aspect of like what are the implications of disclosure. And I think sometimes when we ask that question, we ask it in that broad sense, because like it's hard to come up with an answer without having some sort of like one of the possible scenarios that we talk about in other discussions. Kind of like, well, what happens in this case, right? Because like the possibility tree, like the choice tree there, kind of just like spirals out of control when I don't know that factor, right? Like, is this the president saying we are not alone, as opposed to like there's an alien spaceship all over the place, right? Like the reactions are going to be, I would imagine some things are going to come up in both scenarios, but it can be hard to find like a answer without some specificity.
Yeah, thank you for that. And yeah, you're right, I am on PC, and so maybe that's why I'd see these hands that are they keep on flashing. Yeah, I mean, there's a vast difference between a sudden grand revelation in the sky that either is voluntary or as an interruption to a potential nuclear exchange, and a governmental official, president or leader from some country coming forward with an official announcement, which apparently is what people are waiting for before they'll believe. I mean, there are so many skeptics who are not willing to even like receive the things that we see in the congressional hearings unless it's coming from someone that they consider more official. So I'm going to bring in Intel Creek, and then I saw John Strader, but non-credible. You have something more to say?
I just have a very small follow-up, which is it's also just ridiculous in the sense that like I think like if the president were to come out, right? I mean, obviously it's pushing it forward, right? We're moving the bar, but like unless you have like this multilateral like number of world leaders and leading people in like all these industries all at once, like it's never just going to be like a total flip of a switch. Because like those people, right? You'll be like, oh, like ex-head of the CIA, like oh, like you know, one of the most powerful people in Congress, right? And it's never good enough, right?
Correct. And it's just, I think, about the numbers. The more people that have awareness, then the fewer people that are skeptical. So we're basically on a mission to convert the skeptics, and they are vast, and they are disinformation agents, and they are debunkers, and some of them earn their keep through their debunking efforts. So I did mention Intel Creek, and then John Strader, and then I saw Alien Protocols come in. So let's try to remember that order and hop on in, beginning with Intel.
Thank you, New Paradigm. I appreciate you and everyone here. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. Earlier, you or someone had mentioned something about speaking about like the revealing of like UFOs in the midst of wars. I think that we're probably going to be seeing an increase in UFO reports and sightings like in a major way as there are more wars and more rumors of wars that are going on in the world, such as this Iran conflict, possibly the China-Taiwan conflict that's potentially coming. But I think as the Middle East just turns into a powder keg, just waiting to explode, I don't think that these entities or whatever, it has not escaped their notice. I definitely think that they're involved in some way, interacting somehow with the decisions of these world leaders in like either Iran or Israel. And I think that we're probably going to be seeing some sort of, it almost kind of feels like it's building up to something, whatever it is. It just feels like we're at the precipice of something, and whether or not a government comes out and says, oh, you know, UFOs are real, I don't think it's going to happen like that. I think that those things themselves will probably start appearing, and then the evidence will just be completely undeniable. Like you can't really cover up something that is intentionally revealing itself to like a massive audience.
Yeah, and massive audience indeed is what it would need to be, because there have been sightings where hundreds of people see something, and it's undeniable in their reports. But yeah, I like the word of that you use of precipice, because it does feel like something is happening, and that's why I feel like there is almost an urgency to get this controlled disclosure happening. If there was like severe urgency, then of course the report would have come out on October 20, like it was originally supposed to, and not delayed a year. But still, again, we are making progress in this, and you know, the cover up is not so like they're easing up on it. In other words, like there's been an easing up of the long-standing cover-up in the past almost decade, less than, I guess, definitely since 2017. And so the question is why, and it could very well be that they embarked upon controlled disclosure at that time with the intention of making some strides to get people aware that this is a real thing before we reach that precipice that you mentioned, because there could be a time when there is some high level global revelation, and it might be related to a stopping of World War III that is undeniable, and and where that's why we're getting, we are where we are. That's why we're having these conversations. That's why there's so many podcasts. That's why there's so much awareness around it now, because we need to know. Enough people need to know in order to prevent catastrophic disclosure, because it only becomes catastrophic if too many people are in the dark about it. All right, so John, I believe I mentioned you.
Off of World War III. Just
Yes, hello. Oh, who's speaking?
Yeah, John.
I think he called on me, Draco.
Yeah, John Strader is up, and then there was somebody else that I'd seen, but I don't see.
It was Buddy from Alien Protocols.
Data.
Looked like he dropped down. He might have been having some glitches. Come back.
Okay, go ahead, John.
On my end, Krauser's the only one with their hand up, so maybe they go after John.
Okay, so yeah, okay, good. Thank you for informing me of that, because I do see numerous hands, and apparently not everybody
Yeah,
is.
PC is very glitchy. If you use your phone, especially iPhone, seems to work a little better. You can see better, but spaces are notoriously glitchy. I wanted to sort of echo what Non-Credible said, because I can tell, you're a new account, you're new to spaces, and I've been listening for the last hour or longer, and I just wanted to tell you, hey, great job. All the usual suspects are in the room, and you'll kind of get the feel for certain individuals who may kind of derail things a little bit here and there, or they have a typical, scene. And you'll get, like, our buddy Simulation Matrix, we call him Open Eye. He's an adored, but somewhat loose cannon when it comes to spaces. So you'll kind of get the feel for it as you go. But I wanted to just, there's so many great topics. I could touch on so many things, but one of the things that Astral mentioned quite a bit ago, and I think it's apropos to the fact that you are aligning yourself with New Paradigm Institute. We're talking about what people can do to sort of help push this forward. And, most of us, that are in this room, we're spaces warriors. We're in here all the time. I mean, we live in these spaces. We become friends. We all know each other. We know each other's voices, and we know each other's shtick, but the thing is, like, so I'm part of a group here in Albuquerque called ABQ UFOs, and we were part of the New Paradigms live stream for Global Disclosure Day with Bertie Jaworski. Yes, Bertie's a very good friend. And so I was broadcasting, simulcasting the event from there live on Spaces. We had an okay, most people are watching the live stream, which I totally get. You want to see their faces, you want to see the videos, not just listen to the audio. But we do a lot of local events, and she has a really large group here. And there was other groups around the country, and I saw that you have got your group there. It said SoCal, and there was another New Paradigm group that was popping up. And to me, this is kind of one of the things that I feel like we as a group need to do, because we're all sort of locked in our little rooms or our cars and our phones, and we're talking online to each other, but we are an echo chamber because we are the UFO nuts. And you do have to get out there. And I liked when you said you were going to like local events, local fairs, setting up little booths and things like that. And that's the kind of thing. I mean, I drive Uber. Most everyone knows that. And I introduce people to spaces and this topic one ride at a time. And I know it doesn't seem like much, but every little bit helps, because a lot of people can't grasp the enormity of this subject, because it touches every aspect of our life in some way. And it's so big. It's, for many people, it's too big. And so you have to give them little nuggets, little things to chew on, and not give them the whole kit and caboodle. But for those of us who've doing it as long as me, which is a long, long time, we're frustrated because we feel like we're never going to get disclosure. We're never going to get it. It's never going to happen. And I always feel like sometimes I'm the old man in the room coming in to just remind people that this is an amazing time for UAP disclosure. I mean, we really are on a precipice, as the last gentleman said, because it used to be years between a new UFO story dropping and not, you know what I mean? Very rarely. And now we're in this embarrassment of riches, where every week there's something new, something amazing, some new sighting, some new, big drop by a major person. So many great interviews. There's incredible spaces. There's YouTube channels. There's documentaries coming out. There's TV shows coming out. There's so much happening that it's hard to keep up with everything. So I just want to let everyone know, you have to be patient. I know we all want it now. We all want disclosure tomorrow and last week, and it's a hard process, but we are moving forward. We've made huge strides, big gains, and I just want to give people perspective every once in a while to not get too frustrated because they're not seeing what they would consider movement. I see immense amounts of movement. It used to be where disclosure was moving at the pace of a glacier. Now it's an avalanche.
Well said, John. I appreciate that very much, and also thanks for the welcome into this into these spaces. Because you're right, this is my first time hosting one, but it's part of
Hey, I
Citizens for
have another
Disclosure.
account. I have another account. It's called the UFO Hotspot. I'll probably pop out and come back in as that. And I'm doing a space on Saturday night with Ryan S. Woods, whose dad was Bob Wood, who's amazing UFO researcher. And I'd love to invite you to come check it out, come be part, and get involved in these spaces. Jump into other rooms, check it out because you'll learn a lot. I can't believe how much I've learned in these spaces. I used to feel like I was an expert before I even got on Twitter. And then I realized once I got on Twitter how much I really didn't know. And I feel like I learn so much every week because there's so many incredible people in these rooms, and each one has a different take and a different knowledge base. And so we really can learn from each other. These spaces are truly the front lines of disclosure.
No, that's excellently said, and you're right. It's the people, we citizens coming together, sharing what we know. There can't be like a podcaster who's like, oh man, I want to be the one who's getting everybody's attention. It's not about that. It's about just more numbers, knowing that there is something real that's happening. Some. And we all want to get to the bottom of it. So we have some hands. Go ahead and speak up, somebody.
In order to get to the bottom, Cruiser's been waiting.
Okay, we got non-credible.
Oh no, Cruiser's been waiting, and then Draconius.
Cruiser, come on in.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, I previously spoke regarding historical biblical context. I wanted to speak about biblical context in the present and future tense, something I think most people are, in general unfamiliar with. And it's spoken of in the book of Romans in chapter 8, which is has the heading Future Glory. It speaks of, it uses the phrase sons of God again, which is similar to that Deuteronomy 32 notion of the sons of God, this concept of spiritual beings, humanoid, and people interact with them. But speaking in this present and future tense, the Apostle Paul, he says that the creation itself is waiting with eager expectation for the revelation of the sons of God. And we're talking about the feeling that things are ramping up to something. I think that there in Romans chapter 8, it's speaking of a longing that's like found within all of creation and all of us. Now, it specifically says that what we're working up towards, what we're waiting for, is the revelation of the sons of God. It says that this process of revealing the sons of God liberates the earth from a state of bondage to decay, and then it goes into detail defining who are these sons of God, that they're ones that are led by the Spirit. So I wanted to encourage people to look into that chapter. So that's Romans chapter 8, and embrace this concept that well, okay, so specifically that there is a revelation of
children of God. So the word son, it's not gender specific, but it speaks of sonship, this pattern in the Hebrew tradition of the son takes the mantle of authority of the father. And anyway, there's a lot of that symbolism in Romans chapter 8, but it culminates in I'll give you this one verse. I think it's verse 29. It says that those God foreknew, he predestined to be conformed to the likeness of Christ, so that Christ would be made the firstborn among many brethren. So there's this pattern established that those that are led by the Spirit are transformed into the same likeness of Jesus. And this revelation of the sons of God, and it's significant in that it liberates Earth from a state of entropy, of bondage to decay. So landing there.
And because the religious implications are so great, I mean, I applaud you for taking the perspective this way, because there are others that do also, but then there are still others who won't see it that way. Sometimes there's Jehovah's Witnesses that are sitting near a park near me, and when I'm walking by, I've asked them what their thoughts on UFOs are, and they really didn't know how to answer. And so there's a great number of religious followers who aren't ready to assimilate this kind of perspective. And so I don't know if you're present in any church at all or a religious organization, but I think that that's part of a Citizens for Disclosure initiative as well, is to be within your community in that arena, such as religion, and talking with people after a service, letting them see it this way. And that might sound intimidating, because this is a safe space over here. That everybody here is on board. But when you take this kind of conversation to a few people outside of a service, they're most likely not gonna see things your way, and that's the challenge. That's what we're up against here. And so we gotta make our way slowly. All right, whoever's next on the list, let's hear what you have to say.
Okay. I don't know if I didn't see anybody else's hands up. So
Alien Protocol's buddy he had to glitch out and came back up, so I know he was trying to speak.
I don't see Buddy up here though.
I don't see Alien Protocol on the list.
Yeah.
So
well, Draconis was the one who had the other person had their hand up before Cruiser. Sorry. Yeah.
Try to let somebody else go if somebody else had their hand up.
So we are a group, as equal individuals in this fight for information together. And so I want to view this space holistically, in the sense that if you are up and you see that you are up, or if you see that somebody else is up ahead of you, please don't jump in front, but rather be cordial and say, hey, this other person had their hand up first. So let's take it like that, since apparently using PC is not the way to go.
Fair enough. So I wanted to bounce in a bit earlier when you were talking about disclosure. One of the biggest conversations that we've had, and it's been memeified and it's been taken seriously on the same note, is the RFID chips. In the wrong hands, that could be a method of control. It could be, sure. Um, it would take a lot of doing, a lot of knowing about neuroscience, as well as code and how that ties into the human brain and all that. But anyways, it could also be used to program the brain to be uh, more efficient. Like get where it's from, but the Mechanites. Um, it's a society of people who they're basically cyborgs, not entirely, but they're computerized people. And this, well, I bring this up because this kind of society would be a society where disclosure is expected. It's automatic. In fact, like if there's something that one person learns that could affect the whole of society or whatever the case, everyone already knows about it if they're connected. Um, I'm realizing that kind of sounds like communism, but in the right hands, I had said in the wrong hands earlier, it could be used as a form of control. In the right hands, though, there would be firewalls between each person, and private information would still stay private. That's about all I have to say there.
I'd like to get some feedback from someone who hasn't said anything yet. I'll get back to. We're at the 2.5 hour mark actually here, so perhaps it's time to wind down. This is Citizens for Disclosure Group. I did see Tom come on up. Would you like to share something, Tom?
Yeah, sorry, I joined a little late and I was in and out. I just wanted to understand a little bit better. Are you part of the 501c3? Like, so I guess you guys have some additional accounts here on X, like a presence in DC, a presence in
Exactly.
LA.
So that's the purpose of the New Paradigm Institute, is to put together Citizens for Disclosure around the world. And there is a main entity that has its own X space, and there's a main WhatsApp group that's internal, where there are a lot of us who receive guidance on setting up our own different subgroups in different geographic areas, because that's how we as citizens can unite, because in the local level, so that we can get the numbers in order to begin making our presence known in our community, and also in order to get to the political level as well, because each city is going to have a mayor. Someone else before was mentioning that each politician generally has staffers, and so even if we could get staffers from a particular municipality aware of us and part of us, then we as citizens together become aware of everything that most of us already know, because we're here because we follow this content and we've been on board for many years. And we need to get more people aware, and it's moved out of the fringe to some degree, but it's not out of the fringe enough to avoid catastrophic disclosure if that should happen. In other words, controlled disclosure really is a process of increasing the number of people who are on board that there is something to this. And even if some of the content to a number of people would be catastrophic, because it can be breathtaking when you get down to multiple species that have been visiting, and you get the hybridization and all of the implications with that, and all the effects that has. That becomes catastrophic. But controlled is a matter of numbers. And yeah, I'm in the Southern California group, and there's a Northern California, there's a Virginia who's here in this space with us. A representative from Philadelphia is here, and there could be others down in the list. And so yeah, we're all in this together, as I like to say. Alien protocols. You were in before, and then you dipped out, and now you're back in. Talk to me. Or Tom, do you have more to say?
Well, actually, you know, one thing we've been kicking around is kind of a 24/7 spaces kind of nonprofit, just to do what's already happening anyway. I think John Strader was just mentioning, and he's a great example of just the activity that's going on anyway. Would there be any opportunity maybe to collaborate with the New Paradigm Instance? Would that be something you guys, you know, or are you kind of solely focused on your own mission and you're a little careful about?
No, it's a matter of people, equal human beings. So whatever capacity that you would want to contribute to this awareness is welcome, and it's generally done through a Citizens for Disclosure group, and so. How would you like to participate?
Well, could we be the pirate radio stations for you guys? I think that might be, and I think doing it on a nonprofit diffuses a little the tension. It is difficult because a lot of people like John, I think, for example, are putting in a lot of time and energy for basically zero compensation. So, you know, someday it'd be nice that, you know, the people who have put their heart and soul into this for years might be able to get something out of it. But on the other hand, I know a lot of them don't give a shit because they're just doing it because it's the right thing. But I think it's pretty simple, just a pirate radio concept to just constantly have a spaces like this going on X. I think Rich Universe and Astral did a great job. You know, kind of the UFO Twitter week I thought was pretty successful. And I think the idea is just to go, you know, UFO Twitter week 24/7. And it, you know, it might be interesting if it could be negotiated. You know, there's a critical mass of people here, like John was mentioning. If you could kind of loosely get them into, we've been kind of kicking around like a co-op radio station, you know, pirate radio, Radio Free Europe kind of setup. And I think it fits with your structure a little bit.
Right. Well, we're here now. You know, that's what we're doing. We're here now, and so what would you say if we were live during a pirate radio broadcast on Spaces, and it was you know, what would be your contribution right now in the moment?
Well, my interest is the physics, and I think the alien R at ARPA-E is where the UFO tech is, and I'm a little skeptical of aliens and all that stuff, just from what I bring to the table. I think that's where John's point is great. Like, the topic itself is so big and so vast and so diverse, you know, from Sasquatch to TR3B, or, you know, it's all over the place, and people having, you know, God forbid, you know, crazy experiences that, you know, maybe some good, maybe some not so good. You know, I don't really have any of that, but so I have an interest with kind of a science channel related to the topic, but because, you know, peer review is difficult, it's a bit fringe, you know, it's interesting that cold fusion is kind of debunked in a way similar to, you know, the UFO psyop is every time you say UFO, where's the aliens? So I think we were just thinking of like some programming, and you have a lot of different personalities who do it anyway, but to create maybe a little bit of a web presence so there's some scheduling coordination. And then to have a space like this going 24/7, perhaps under a brand. You know, this is where it might be interesting to kind of brand it with you guys, and then let other people do their focal spaces, like, you know, this, or you guys could do as many of these as you could, and this would be kind of a scheduled show in the network. So I think the idea is to kind of create a spaces network, And then there's some really fascinating AI tools where smart people like Logan are able to take a space like this and almost have like an AI commentary phase where the AI will play back to you through two speakers, what they heard in the conversation, which is, sometimes brings up interesting points.
I see. Well, we invite collaboration, that's for sure. And so I think that any new ideas that come in that strengthen the initiative and advance the cause of knowledge is welcome. And so it's a wonderful idea. And I believe it's a matter of then making such a proposition to at the contacts at the newparadigminstitute.org website themselves, because then we come into a point of decision making. Who is the brand? Who are the players? And all of a sudden it might end up being something that there's a power struggle, because as you say, so many people, you've been in this for so many years, and it would be nice to get something out of it financially. NPI's goal is not to get anything out of it financially. It is a nonprofit, but it's not any sort of
well, here's an interesting wrinkle, right? So just think about the media, because I think you have a media network, right? So if are you your own standalone 501c, or are you part of the national 501c3?
New Paradigm Institute is the 501c3. I am running the Southern California X
chapter kind of thing.
Well,
okay.
I mean group, yeah.
But under that umbrella, basically, right?
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Yes. So one idea might be a media network. Now, my primary interest is the physics, but my judgment so far, after maybe decades of research and a couple of years of messing around here on X, is that you probably aren't going to be allowed to have that physics in a private way without some kind of military industrial complex connection. So a long-term thing might be some kind of nonprofit that would be such that you could pit the physics and the intellectual property that might come out of this into a vessel that could accumulate some value and have some power and some protection and things like that. So I think that's a long-term idea. But clearly, given the media environment and the narrative management, unless you have a pretty strong, I think, kind of network media presence, you're just not going to get your message out. So that's why I think this type of thing going on 24/7 in this environment, which these great people are already all doing, maybe with a little of your backing and help structuring it, because you mentioned all those key critical issues, sensitivities, could be interesting.
Yeah, and when you say physics, are you referring to the tangible technology of UAP? Is that what you're referring to with physics?
Oh yeah, baby. I don't know if you're following, like RPE in February 17th, 2023, they spent $10 million on 8 premier institutions across the U.S. to look into it. It's a lot like, UFO to UAP. I think what's going to happen is we're going to find out cold fusion is a lot like UFO, and LENR is a lot like UAP, and that's where the physics is going to be.
Yeah, but there's a tight grip on a lot of this material in the DoD, for example, and that's what all of this is really about and stemming from. So
well, but here it's maybe it's not possible, but what if it's possible that somebody develops something outside the DoD, right? And then you have to be in a position of kind of working with them and negotiating with them, just like they made a lot of comments that they're going to classify math and stuff related to AI and AGI. So I think that's where you're in like this kind of Galileo moment about that physics and about that intellectual property. Like, is it a military only science, or can the public have access to it too? And it's possible that people studying outside the military have that same knowledge. Now, can you classify someone's head? I mean, that brings up some interesting issues, right? And then, puts you in a little bit more of a power position in terms of disclosure. If, hey, maybe you're in a position of disclosing the same stuff they have just because you thought of it yourself, not because you were part of any classified program.
No, but 100%. Part of the issue here is that the technology has been reverse engineered, and there's reverse engineering programs. And like Sheehan said, there are private corporations, defense contractor organizations who have been using this information and getting a competitive market advantage over their competitors, and that's lawsuit after lawsuit just waiting to happen because they're trying to use technology that's not even theirs. It's supposed to be for the people. It's supposed to be for everybody, and it's going to lead to new energy breakthroughs, things that we need in order to keep this planet green. And so, um,
Well,
the
and you need to take that kind of one step further, because I think there's a clear racketeering case. I think I saw something out of Danny lately that, and I'm interested in a RICO case out of New Jersey based on a few specific events, because I think it's clear Title 42 and Title 50 is being used to keep these secrets on behalf of basically an economic cartel. And attacking people outside the privileged group just on the chance that they might have some of this knowledge that they're trying to keep secret. That's beyond the pale to me.
So what we do need is whistleblower protections to extend to within there, so that somebody who's working in a lab who is righteous and is like, this stuff should not be kept secret. This stuff needs to get out. If there's legislation that pushes along a protection for a whistleblower from within like that, then maybe we're able to
Well,
reach a
I
little
mean,
bit of a
but
breakthrough.
yeah, I think you also have to think about, say you have a whistleblower from without, right? Right now, what I'm saying is that that's not, basically legally possible, or that's not possible from a military industrial complex perspective. So that's where I think a nonprofit has to be created to create that possibility. Do you understand what the point there?
Well, you say a whistleblower from without, and why not already come forward? Why, like, what is preventing strides from being made with that new physics and technology already, or is it? And it just hasn't become tangible and hasn't affected our society yet.
Well, I think you have to accept there's two or more tracks going on, right? So there's obviously one track going on specifically at ARPA-E, is my judgment. And then, there's an active campaign to make sure that there is no other track but that track. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, that's why you might have, some people might say string theory is a psyop, right? Because it's kind of all this time and activity and brilliant minds working on something that at the end of the day isn't really physics, right? And you could ask yourself, Amy Eskridge, was Amy Eskridge murdered? Somebody as esteemed as Science Bob says his gut tells him, yeah, she was murdered for working on this tech and trying to do it in a public fashion. So how easy is it to just go publish?
Apparently not. It's very easy. So I encourage you and many others. Yeah, I mean, we're like Richard Dolan likes to say, keep up the good fight. I mean, we're wanting progress to be made, but apparently there's a pretty large hill to climb ahead of us. I see a hand. UFO Sarah just popped up. Come on in.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. Um, this is a great space. Thank you for giving me this moment. A couple of thoughts. I want to be positive about disclosure, but I am not, in the sense that my bar is with those that are friends and family of mine, and that still to this day, laugh. Where's the evidence? Where is it? And John Strader is right when he says that there's a lot more information now. There's YouTube, there's documentaries, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
That's ER. Can you mute yourself, please? ER Brocon 2, please mute
You can
yourself.
mute them too. You can mute them or drop them.
So I'm on the PC, and frankly, I'm not seeing how to do that. someone have guidance? Or is there a
Click on that person and then just drop them down since they obviously can't hear you. Or you can bring someone up as a co-host and then they can help you monitor stuff like that.
okay? So John, let's say like I'm looking at you. If I click on you, it's just going to your profile because, as I say, I'm on.
It's not giving you a drop-down list of things you can do with that person, like invite them or drop them or mute them or anything like that. I don't do PCs, so I don't know how it works. But you could bring like J Just up to like co-host, and then she could like easily drop or mute that person, something like that.
Okay, hang
It's
on. I
always
just
good to
hit
have a
something.
co-host.
I
Yeah.
found it. I found it. I
All
found
right.
it.
Cool.
Okay,
Thanks.
so this ER. Okay, there, muted. All right, UFO Sarah, you were in.
Yeah, sure, no worries. It will become second nature soon enough for you.
Thanks.
Yeah, no worries. I was or not. Hello, Mr. ER or Mrs. Um, I was just basically saying that my bar for disclosure are the people I surround myself in the real world, and they are by no means are they anywhere near believing any of this. And they aren't like, yes, there are all these documentaries coming out, but they're not mainstream enough. They're not out there. No one is looking on X. We are, and we're small and we're few. So this is something that I like to keep in my mind whenever it gets exciting for us because we've been following, but it's not exciting for a great portion of the population. And so there's that. There's my other thing that I wanted to bring up is Chris Bledsoe. Um, had talked about the fact that in a vision from the lady, I believe, he had saw Israel going with nukes to Iran, and that the UFOs, the UAP, came in and stopped the nukes. And so I'm curious what your thoughts are on Chris Bledsoe and this vision as we are getting closer and closer to Israel doing something like this, and quite possibly this being the full out disclosure that we're hoping for, and hopefully, fortunately, in a way that saves lives.
Yes, that's something that Danny Sheehan mentioned during Global Disclosure Day 2 days ago. Also, um, that what we're doing here is we're trying to increase the numbers of people who are aware of this. Just like you said, you talk about this content with your family, and they're like, no, that's fringe, I don't want to have anything to do with it. How come I haven't seen it myself? How come the president hasn't come forward? They're waiting for a different authority. And in my introduction to this space at the very beginning, I mentioned that there are scientists who are on board with this NHI and UAP topic now as well. And all these people, these skeptics, who don't accept the UAP reality, how come they accept what the molecular structure of something looks like? How come they accept that an astronomer just found a new planet that could be habitable? How can they accept that the James Webb Telescope is actually pushing out real images? It's just hard for them to assimilate this kind of information in their worldview right now, whether it's for religious purposes or they're just still hung up on the fact that it's been ridiculed for so many years, and they're just used to it. You say it to some people and they'll immediately laugh at you, but we're growing in numbers, and that's the point of this. And getting back to the nuke issue, and what Danny Sheehan referred to as if there is the launch, and if it's looking like there's nuclear weaponry that is heading towards another country in the air, and if there needs to be an intervention from an advanced species in order to prevent that destruction, then that becomes a giant revelation that everybody sees, and that would be considered catastrophic because not enough people are on board yet. And so that's what we're trying to do here with Citizens for Disclosure,
So
is to
when
have these groups that are expanding outwards and including more and more people.
So yeah, so when you say that, and I totally get that. I actually briefly met Danny Sheehan in January at the Consciousness Expo, and I was able to listen and hear about his idea for the New Paradigm Institute and how he wants it in every city across the United States, right now, and that each of these little pockets are going to be teachers guiding the citizens as the awakening or the revelation or even personal disclosure happens to them, but guiding them through everything. And so my question to you is, and I did ask him, I said, why, my question to him was, why now? Like, why out of, all of the time periods that we were ever in before, why is disclosure feel imminent now? And, he said he was still looking into this, that this is a question he wants to have answered. So even by what you had just said moments ago.
Hey guys, how you doing? Much love to everyone. I'm not stepping on. UFO topic is a
Well,
broad,
Sarah,
sweeping topic with so many
Sarah is
tentacles,
not
from
quite done
sociology to
yet.
technology to medicine. I'm sorry
Sarah's not.
to hear you.
All right, Louis, we'll come back to you in just a few minutes. So, Sarah, I'd like you to continue.
Yeah, sure. Let me just wrap this up. Sorry. And then we can head over to Lewis. But what you were saying was very interesting. You were saying that Danny Sheehan recently brought up the Chris Bledsoe thing. So maybe, quite possibly, there is chatter in the background stating that there needs to be more movement on the ground because catastrophic disclosure seems more imminent, and quite possibly the Bledsoe nuke thing. I mean, I'm just trying to wrap my head around what you just said, and understanding a little bit more of what the shift is, more so behind the scenes, I guess.
No, but you're right, and it's incredibly complex because you hit the nail on the head, and I was talking about this a couple hours ago, I guess. That why now? Why is there this no longer a stronghold on the cover-up? There was a cover-up for decades, since the 40s, and why is it that now we're in a time period where they're loosening it up? Because how many times have we heard an interview with David Grush or Lou Elizondo, and the interviewer asks something, and they say, "Oh, I'm not allowed to say that." Well, if they're not allowed to say that, then it means that all this other stuff that they're saying, they've been vetted for. They're allowed to say. So somebody is letting out the reins, and the DoD, no doubt, is involved in the letting out of the reins. And so the question is why? What is happening? Is there something inevitable that is coming, and they know it? And it's necessary to get enough people on board so that the whole society doesn't panic, which is what those studies were doing in the 50s, where they did like social studies to see how people would react. And that's why they decided to just initiate the cover-up, because people weren't going to be ready for what they already knew as far as crash, and they weren't going to be ready for whatever the implications are, because the implications are indeed vast. So, it's our role to share what we know with other people, so that when there is some sort of global revelation in the sky that everybody sees and is undeniable, that not so many people will completely be blown away. All right, Louis, did you still want to say something?
Oh, was I unmuted? I'm sorry, I didn't know I was unmuted. Hey, thank you for letting me speak. Yeah, I just wanted to say hello to everybody, and my name is Louis. I am an advocate for neural rights. I advocate for people to protect their neural identity. I know that this is a UFO, so let's just keep it at that. But through the experiences that I've seen and advocating for people primarily around the world or inside the United States. I've done both. But throughout my timeline of advocating, I've seen and witnessed all kinds of things, from spiritual abnormalities to like ufology, to different sort of creatures that would come in from other realms. I've seen demonic entities. I've seen all kinds of things. But it's with one, I guess one crazy aspect that I can go into is that maybe the interdimensional beings, what they would call them. But if we have a portal opened up over the Earth, which I think we do right now currently, and it could be projected by the satellites, potentially. I'm not saying that it is, but just saying, as in theory, that if they're creating a portal over our head from satellites, because I believe that there's a whole entire vortex over the whole entire United States, maybe the world. I've heard reports based off of that from I'm in Arizona, by the way, so from here to Michigan to California to a couple other states in the U.S., but even some of the native people of the land. And there's a lot of native individuals in Arizona, and they would know that there's something going on. But there's some sort of vortex, and there's like a climate. I'm not saying climate change, but there's a climate in the atmosphere amongst the frequencies of the Earth and potentially the spirituality that's reluctant to touch with us or get in touch with us or ascend. So from my observation a couple of years ago was that we were supposed to be at an elevation of ascension, but the assumed to be powers that be that are right now, I believe that we're the powers that be currently right now. We are the powers. So, but the powers that be that were or whatever created a cognitive prison over that ascension. That's from my perspective. And I realized that back in I think 2022, when I realized that I was at my job and I just heard this vortex over the sky in this atmosphere. So, I had a friend of mine that was also very spiritual and just realized things. And she also said that there is a cognitive prison or a spiritual prison all around us. So with that, it could be, interdimensional beings, could be the satellites creating a portal. There could already be a portal here. We don't know much about this Earth or what's here. We don't know what we have here on this planet. But, like the pyramid sightings and all this stuff, whatever reference that gives into, and the Grand Canyon, all the things that are entwined with that, how it used to be just a river, now it's flooded and all the water's gone. Now they're finding all sorts of things. But it's just the spirituality part of it is that I think that ourselves, if we really do live on a globe besides a flat Earth, I mean, I still don't know. I'm not saying that we do live on a flat Earth, but if we do, then you could see like the potential of how evil these people are. Like they want to get off this planet, this flat Earth, if it's flat. I'm not saying that it is. But the growth and the monster that they have over us is wicked. But if not living on a flat Earth, then the interdimensional spiritual beings that are trying to connect with us, I think it's more alleviating. And I think that I think we should, if we're not very spiritual right now, I think right now is the time to be more spiritual than ever before, because especially advocating or representing something nice or good, or trying to withdraw the oceans that have flooded our borders. You know what I'm saying? That by that I mean like our personal territory, our space, our human body, our identity, who we are, because all these things that's combating the genetics to everything that they're trying to do, all these things that are combined that would say that or suggest that our identity is being stolen, basically, or manipulated, or changed, or re-engineered, or something like that. But it's a good thing to be able to come on and talk and be able to say things, because I can tell you that we're in a time right now where we're seeing things happen. And I don't know if the Q group came out during Trump's activation as becoming president was a spiritual thing, or it might have happened. But a lot of things happened during 2018, and it seems like a lot of things are unraveling. See, during my advocacy, I've advocated for victims of torture and different things. And when we were getting close to the point where we were getting somewhere with it. And then COVID all of a sudden just wiped out the entire world all of a sudden, along with a lot of other things that were happening. I don't know if we're allowed to say COVID on here, but so it kind of put a damper on what we were trying to do. But but it tells you that the people that are trying to run the show or the business were coming out. We were seeing people that we didn't even know existed until COVID came and it just put a block on everything. So, with that, I just want to say thank you and thank you for letting me speak. Hopefully I get to come back and speak again. And what's your name, sir? If you don't mind.
Edward.
Edward. Thank you, Edward, for allowing me to speak. I appreciate it.
You bet, Lewis. You're welcome. And this is, we're all equal in here, and we all have points of view, and there's plenty of overlap in our perspectives. And somewhere in the middle of the Venn diagram where everybody is some nugget of fundamental truth that aligns
Absolutely.
with all of our views and accepts all sorts of different religions and accepts all philosophies as well.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you felt comfortable in speaking. And I'm sure that there are other folks who had some thoughts that came to mind when you were speaking. And I want to ask real quick if John Strader is still here.
Thank you.
John, I want to ask you a question. Okay. What I'm getting at is I want to select a co-host. And so I heard before that somebody said that a lot of the usual suspects are in this space right now. And so if there is a usual suspect who would like to co-host, I would like to invite you to be that person. So go ahead and state so if you're willing to be.
Since I'm already up here, I can help you out with the co-hosting. Yeah.
Okay, Sarah, I appreciate that. Let me see. I only say because I might be getting to a point, because I'm actually I'm in this 3 hours and 6 minutes right now. And so I might need to dip away for a minute and then I could come back. So I'm going to invite you to co-host right now. Did you get that?
I did. You're good. I am here, and I see Tom is requesting, or you're already here, Tom?
He's not. Is he requesting? John Strader? No, Tom who?
Is it the Baptist or the Bastard? I'm sorry, the Baptist. Sorry, Tom.
I don't see a request to speak. I see, yeah, Tom is requesting to speak, and Tom, by all means, you're welcome to continue speaking. He spoke before, so I don't know if he still has more to say. So, Sarah, nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you as well. We have some pretty amazing people in the space listening currently right now, like Logan and Tifftastic and Ursula, Game Tech, Dory, Doomer, Christian. Wow, you guys, this is a great space. You've got some really great. If anybody wants to come up and add to the conversation, please request. There's some really great people who know a lot about this subject as well.
Yeah, fundamentally, this is on the heels of Global Disclosure Day 2 days ago, which was a presentation that the New Paradigm Institute put forward. It was chosen to be that day because that was supposed to be the day, according to the Schumer bill, in which all the records were supposed to be released and made released to Congress or within the political circle. And but of course we know that was pushed off legislatively until next year. and we don't know if it'll get delayed again. But so we're, Citizens for Disclosure is, we're individual groups within the organization, and we're wanting to invite people who are not already in the UFO topic to enter without feeling like it's fringe, without feeling like there's ridicule, without feeling like it's something that they need to wait for an official government leader to announce disclosure, but rather groups of people who have done their research, they've watched the videos, they've listened to the podcasts, they've had their own experiences. There's plenty of experiencers. They've read the books. We're all here that are in. All of us in here have our reasons to be in here, and it's been years for many of us. And we all recognize that time is changing. Something's different. There's a push. It's from within. Disclosure is happening. We see it legislatively. We see that the whistleblowers coming forward are increasing, and there's more hearings coming. And I can't emphasize enough just the concept that when someone like Elizondo or Grush come forward in an interview and reveal NHI, reverse engineering programs, crashed crafts, everything that they say that would be just hard to accept years ago, that when the interviewer asks them a particular question and they say, "Oh, I'm not allowed to say that," well, that means that they're vetted. That means that somebody is telling them that they're allowed to say what they're already saying. And so that right there is the process of disclosure unfolding. And there will be more like that. And the fundamental point is to increase the numbers of people who are willing to accept the reality without having the official statement. Like us, we're willing to accept the reality, and we don't need somebody else telling us, because we know in our hearts that it's true. So I see Uma came in with their hand.
Hi guys, I just wanted to say we will be raising the disclosure issue with our presidential candidate that we've endorsed, Dr. Shiva, for president. So we're going to put this on the agenda, guys. I just wanted to say that.
See, now that's excellent, and that's the kind of a willingness to come forward and willingness to speak out that is needed. Because when credible people, like a political candidate, is touching upon the topic, then the people that follow that politician will view them as reasonable, and will view them as someone who is worth taking their word for, because it's all about credibility. And we have some U.S. politicians already who have backed it. Burchett, Luna, and others, and the people that like them will share the information. Sarah, come on in.
Hey, I just wanted to speak on something that I've heard for a while over the spaces. Credible human, and existing on this planet, I believe we are all credible humans. Thanks.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, credible is subjective to some degree, because they're if somebody makes an outlandish claim, then somebody else who knows for sure that what they're saying is not true, then they might, in that person's eyes, lose credibility. But so as long as we're all grounded in truth and we speak openly and honestly, then anybody who does not view us as credible is just unwilling to accept. And that's what we're trying to do here, is to change the perspective of those who at present are unwilling to accept because they don't know how to make it fit in to their worldview.
As of right now, new paradigm. I wanted to ask you a question just for those that are new to the space that you're holding right now. Is can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what information you receive being a part of the new paradigm, and like, are you on the ground floor? Do you get insight? Do you already know who's going to be sitting on the panel for the 13th, or are you just, you know, like us, sort of in a sense of not knowing more than we get in news outlets?
So I became aware of Danny Sheehan, and he and Jim Garrison formed the New Paradigm Institute. But I became aware of him just from interview that I saw by a podcaster that was done on YouTube and shared on X, and it was excellent information, and he showed himself, as Sarah said before, credible. He presented as incredibly credible because of his background, his legal background, and everything that he's done in this arena for years, and who he's represented legally. He represents Elizondo, Stephen Greer during the Disclosure Project in 2001. So he's been here, and he's seen documents that are official. He's seen the photographs. And so when I saw that he was initiating this New Paradigm Institute, I signed up, and I became part of a WhatsApp group that is internal, that has many members, where each member is part of a community throughout the world. And I represent the Southern California community. I'm one of the members. I run the X, and I apologize if you hear my dog barking in the background. But I don't know the things that Sheehan knows, because I'm not on the inside. This initiative is really to form groups of people in order to spread awareness more globally. And so no, I can't say that I know who is going to be a whistleblower on the next congressional hearing in November. But I view myself as similarly aligned as everybody in this space right now, where we know that there's more to know, and we don't like the fact that there is an authority that knows more and doesn't trust us with the information, and they are keeping the information to the detriment of the planet by utilizing technology for weaponry purposes instead of for new energy. And just I understand that they might think that a lot of us can't handle the depth of what's going on when it gets into multiple species visiting for many years, and gets into hybridization and abduction. So many of us can accept that, but there's a great deal of people who would really have a hard time swallowing that pill. So one step at a time, and it just first begins with what they're doing. As you, Sarah, earlier said, why now? And I think that now and disclosure is being allowed to happen slowly, and the cover up is receding because, in my opinion, there may be an undeniable event on the horizon, and apparently Chris Bledsoe believes the same thing, and Danny Sheehan mentioned similarly during the Global Disclosure Day broadcast. So we can only hope that any sort of revelation that might occur happens in a safe way, and that there isn't any detonations that are catastrophic, and that enough people are introduced to the subject matter in a way that allows them to not lose their minds if there's a mass sighting on the global scale, because it's necessary for the intervention to occur. So that's why the numbers need to grow, and that's what we're doing as citizens of the planet.
And then can we, right before we get to hands, I just wanted to say, just to also bring up that Global Disclosure Day was a New Paradigm Institute holiday. It was the 20th, which was a few days ago, and it was because that was when the records were going to be released based off of Schumer's act or addition last year, but they were not released. I'm correct, right? None of them,
That's
all
correct.
zero.
Yeah, it's
And
been postponed a year.
yes, and so my thought process really quick with that is, I'm a JFK assassination researcher, and we were supposed to have all of the records released back in 2017. So this comes as no shock to me, just because I'm still waiting for 3,000 more. Um, do you know if they're doing maybe a slow drip, or are we hard? It's a hard date for next year.
Oh, Sheehan explained that the legislation says that it's supposed to just come trickling in at its own pace, but that there's a deadline. So all the information goes to a particular place, and then at that point, as I understand it, some highest level authority, such as the president, has the right to review it and has the option to share whatever he or she sees fit. So that's my understanding of it.
Okay, thanks. Yes, we can go to hands now. I apologize. Thank you.
Okay, so Sarah, what I'm going to do first, I'm going to see if I'm able to mute myself without muting the entire space, because I need to step outside the room for a second. That's why I wanted to make you a co-host. Are you okay with that?
Yes, of course. Yes, you
Okay.
can just mute yourself, and then I'll hit the hands, and we can go from there. And then might cycle some people out, but please feel free to, we have some requests coming in, and people can request again, and I can bring you back up.
I'll drop down.
Thanks, John. But I believe it was Jay Just who hasn't been here yet. Uma B.
Oh, I
Shingo?
just want to bring up the point. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Jay Justin. Then we'll get to Uma.
Hi, Sarah. Yeah, I just want to bring up the point. Like, I think I'm wondering if, first of all, if Danny Sheehan's idea that we're going to be saved by NHI is coming from Bledsoe, because we know that there's like some sort of um, something that happens. Bledsoe said there's something that happens, and this is like, I guess, I don't know. Anyway, something happens between the Mideast countries, and NHI stops it. I'm wondering if that's where he gets his information, and or from other sources. We know Jason Sands has said that according to him and what he overheard, NHI is coming here. Even though we know that there's, like Danny said, there's bases, but what he heard is NHI is coming here, and they're coming to get their tech and their people, according to him. So, like, where is all this information coming? And I wonder if there's like a deeper dive in this.
Yes, I had brought this up a little bit earlier, and New Paradigm had said that on Saturday, Danny Sheehan had reflected upon Chris Bledsoe's vision with the lady, I believe, and that Israel, and if no one knows about that, is his vision was that Israel would send nukes to Iran, and that the NHI would intercept them. And so I don't know necessarily, Jay, just how to answer that. I think that if you want a more in-depth answer from New Paradigm, you would have to wait for him to come back. But
Did you see the new Bledsoe, Ryan Bledsoe's tweet about divine, like going back to divine, like that the earth is basically the way the Bledsoes see this as good and bad and more of a spiritual thing. And according to him, it was like we are now like the earth is evil, like the people and the way we're going, it's very evil, but we need to go back to the divine. So
I
I don't know if I think I sent it to
yes,
you.
I did give it a read. I don't know how I feel about the spiritual aspect of the NHI and the religious aspect of the NHI, just simply because I'm just questioning probably pretty much everything. So, but it's good to keep that in the back, in the back of your head as you move forward and new information is released. Uma.
Yeah, actually it touches up on what you're just discussing. Sadly, the disclosure, the pressure has been building, and I'm very sad to say that they are going to attack Iran very soon. It might be within the next 24 hours. And when that happens, all hell will break loose. And I think that's the distraction they've been waiting for. But what I wanted to talk about was our current project right now. We are witnessing some unusual injuries and with some modern weaponry being used in the genocides in Gaza and Lebanon, and and the AI technology that's being used. I don't know if you heard about Pegasus and other AI technology that's currently being utilized in the genocide there. So we're currently investigating all of that, and we are 90% not confident that the backlog or the stoppage to the disclosure, the military industrial complex has a lot to answer for, and we are very worried of what they have, of what they're experimenting, and why they do not want to disclose certain things. It's very worrying,
Uma,
but yeah,
can I ask
yeah,
you a
go on.
quick question?
Go
I'm
on.
so sorry. When you say we, um,
Oh, when we say we are an organization. That's fine.
yes, can you just briefly give an idea of what organization you're a part of, and are you firsthand witnessing AI tech or
Yes, yes,
some?
firsthand.
Okay,
Because okay, let me explain. So we are a. If you read our bio, if you can, we are an Islamic asset management regeneration development charity. Okay, first of a kind. Basically what we do is we work with the assets of the ummah basically is an Arabic word which denotes to community. So as Muslims we believe that all Muslims belong to the community, and this community doesn't just include Muslims, it includes prospective Muslims, people who are outside of Islam as well, humanity at large. So, and we believe in God, the one God, and basically we live by the final testament, which is the Holy Quran, and that's it. That's basically it. So right now, I don't know if you guys know, there's a genocide going on in Gaza, in Palestine, but now it's spread to Lebanon. It's really getting bad right now, and then it's going to go to Iran very soon. 24 hours. at most 48 hours,
Can we
Iran's gonna
stop
get.
with the political?
Well,
No, no,
I
hold on,
Like,
hold on.
there's no
I'm answering Sarah.
genocide happening.
I just wanted to get an idea
Yeah,
of
yeah, yeah. I was asked a
you were
question.
saying that you might have firsthand knowledge of unusual tech.
Yes, yes. So I'm coming to that. So because of our positioning and our interest, that's why we follow the genocide right now. Literally, we're talking about 250,000 people have been genocided, and more are being genocided as we speak in Beirut, Lebanon, southern Lebanon. So, and what we're getting from our IHOs, we got.
I guess the bombs don't
Hold on,
mean
hold on.
anything
Who's
flying over
talking?
the
Who's talking?
Israelis' head.
Who's talking? Who's talking? Okay. So, please,
Doesn't mean anything.
please don't
They
interrupt.
should just let themselves die.
Please don't interrupt, and please.
Genocide doesn't mean that
Oh
other
my
people are
If
gosh,
you
throwing
very,
bombs at
very,
them.
very bad internet.
And Uma, if you could just not bring up the genocide part of it, there is a complicated issue within the
All
space.
right, no problem. No,
I'm
no, no.
just
I'm not
curious.
bringing it up. I'm just saying
Yeah, I'm just
it
curious of
relates to the topic that we're discussing.
the
So
tech.
anyway, so on the ground, we are currently studying new from medical. We got charity people like Borders Without. MSF, and we work with we have different humanitarian organizations on the ground, and they've been reporting first hand injuries and like signs that they've never seen before. Like they've been one of the incidents that I'll report to you. The bodies evaporating. Literally, there's nothing left. And they've never heard of anything like this. So we are studying this in real time, and we're getting real time from medical professional neurologists, high level doctors. This is proper scientific stuff that the Lancet journal in the UK here, they're predicting this was about 6 months ago, 160,000 people dead or something like that.
What does this have to do with
Hold
NHI,
on, hold on,
though?
hold on.
I'm
Let me answer the way I want to answer.
This has nothing to do with
No, 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 no. You
NHI.
are.
I was
I know
asking about.
exactly where you're coming from, but anyway, I'm not going to entertain you. But
No,
anyway,
you don't
UFO.
know exactly
I know
where I'm coming from.
exactly. Don't worry.
Okay, you
Yeah,
guys.
UFO gone.
I'm just gonna mute you because we'll move on from the genocide talk. I just was curious about the tech that was being used, and it's curious to hear about the vaporization. Now that's interesting, and that can be taken up in another space. B.
Good evening. I just thought it was pertinent when we were speaking about Christopher Bledsoe's predictions. I think it's pertinent. We had him, a full stack Logan, who is actually in the space, had Christopher Bledsoe in his space earlier this year, and we were able to ask him about these predictions. And he actually stated, there's a link to that space. I threw it up in the nets, and I hope you guys go and check it out. Because what he's saying when he's asked about that is that there's a big push to say it's going to be the end of the world, and that nobody knows that, and that his visions have been twisted negative, and that's not what it was from her. So I think that's pertinent to keep in mind when we're just discussing this date and his supposed thoughts on it, and keeping in mind that it has been twisted, and figuring out who and for what reason I think would be pertinent. That's all. Thanks, guys. Great space.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, B. Bruce, welcome.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, appreciate you having me up. It's just an observation. I mean, obviously, quite a bit. I mean, maybe some people disagree, but I think quite a bit of what's being discussed is really kind of religious, I would say. And I say that not conventional religious, but, we're talking about obviously kind of revelations, Armageddons, evangelism of ufology, of converting people to the belief in the existing sort of stories. So I mean, it does feel that primarily, at least in a lot of the discussion we've had here, that it's talking about a religious aspect, really, rather than what we might say is the research or evidential aspects of the topic. We're not really talking about let's find more evidence that there's actually, say, like non-human intelligence or crafts or technology. That we're not really. I'm not really hearing people saying that what we need is to have this evidence that then people who are skeptical could look at, and say, hey, turns out you guys, are onto something. I know it was touched on earlier that most people will find people around them in their lives are not interested in these topics. They're not getting kind of convinced by hearing slightly more about it in the news or whatever, or people that come out and are getting labeled as whistleblowers but haven't brought the evidence that normally we think of when we think about, say, a corporate or military whistleblower. Normally they have, you know, a file or something they bring out with them. And in this topic, it's not new, you know, going back, there's been a lot of people being labeled whistleblowers who have called themselves whistleblowers, but they haven't provided those documents. They haven't brought, you know, a piece of a crime. Nothing really has come with them except, you know, variations on existing, you know, stories. So it's sort of problematic, because what we're kind of saying is, you know, is the idea that to convert people from their skepticism to accepting existing old stories, really, that are just churning around and around, but without the additional evidence. And yes, more media are interested, and yes, we've got an increase in the number of people that are interested in this topic. I mean, that's shown in all sorts of surveys, but we're not really seeing, you know, objective evidence sufficiently increased along in that timeline of decades of interest. You know, the other thing is I wanted to bring up, and this is, I think, an interesting point, is that you look at, say, Colonel John Alexander, and obviously he's kind of involved in the Bledsoe story as well. But, you know, historically, he was looking for some of these hidden projects, you know, and this was obviously when he was still active, and was involved in a lot of psychic research, you know, all sorts of strange stuff. You know, he is you could say, the focal point of a lot of the strange stuff that was going on in military projects, right? So he arranged a meeting with loads of senior people from, you know, NSA, FBI, CIA, the military, aerospace companies, because he thought, you know, between them, they could, you know, share the information around the topic that they would know. And what they came to realize was that each of them thought that some other department was dealing with this topic. And in the end, all they had was the same kind of stories that everyone else had. And nobody seemed to be dealing it. And they kind of concluded that actually it seemed the government wasn't really on the ball with any of this. And so this was included aerospace companies as well. And so he also followed up with going to Ben Rich over at Skunkworks. He's passed now. And he thought maybe they would have a clue, being like, you know, at the forefront of advanced aerospace. It turned out Ben Rich was also kind of interested, but he thought other aerospace companies must be dealing with the UFOs, because he didn't. And he said he'd actually put a guy on it for corporate espionage who had been sniffing around all these other companies and had found no trace of anything like that either. So it just seems that when people really dig, that they find that everyone thinks somebody else has got these things, or everyone else thinks somebody else knows it, and nobody actually gets to something like an objective conclusion that, hey, you know, here's this secret project, or here's this craft, you know, this is the hangover it has. Do you know what I mean? So it's been swirling around and around that for years. So that there's definitely a big question mark over what the government is actually doing, you know, what it actually knows, who the hell it is that supposedly is doing this, if all of these different departments that he assumed would be involved seem to have absolutely no clue, right? So that's a big question mark. So who is this department that's dealing with this? But then we also have the fact that these stories from whistleblowers, you know, problematic, because we're getting a lot more new whistleblowers. If you look online, I've warned about this, we're starting to have everyone and their dog saying that they're a whistleblower. And because the bar is set so bloody low, right, you don't have to have any evidence, you don't have to prove that you were in a project or anything. What you're going to see, and I promise you this, you're going to see so many. You want more whistleblowers? You're going to see so many whistleblowers in the end, but there'll be no way to sieve out who is genuine, because there's no bar in this topic. You don't have to bring any evidence. You don't have to prove anything. You just have to have a compelling tale that substantiates someone else's beliefs, and you get on all the circuit. And that is, it's so easy now, because we've lost that kind of the skepticism you'd have for whistleblowers in another topic, because you wouldn't take it from a industrial whistleblower from a food company or something. You'd want proof that, you know, your food had glass in it or whatever it is. You'd want some sort of substantiation, but we haven't got that bar. So things are not really moving that much further forward, although there's the appearance, because we hear a bit more media coverage. But if you really sieve through that and say, what has improved, what have we got new, you know, where is this better evidence or higher standards, you know, it seems much more that where our focus is the religiosity, you know, and this sort of a paradigm shift that is based more around social engineering and the belief that, at least in theory, that we might have a better society if we just believed this stuff. And that's fine, you know, because that may well be the case, a more cosmic, you know, theology, or a more cosmic cosmology, where we sort of just people accept it. But there is a bit, I think, a bit of a sad aspect to that. If we're not saying, well, I want my friend Bob to believe this, not because I believe it, or not because I think it's just better for the world, but I actually have some evidence that it's true. I'm just saying that that seems to often be missing in the conversation, is that focus on, well, wouldn't it be better if I could sit down with, my neighbor and say, well, look, is this solid evidence, and then you wouldn't need to go through, read every book, listen to every podcast, you need to know all these different whistleblowers. It shouldn't really be like that. We don't see that in other topics, right? For my part, obviously, I do, but,
Bruce,
because I think it's sad that that's where it's headed.
Bruce, I do understand what you're saying. I get that. I get that to a point, in the sense that during my couple of decades of JFK assassination research and all the books that I've read, I can say that, wholeheartedly, through all of the research that I have done, that Oswald did not pull the trigger that day, right? So, like, that is something that I can prove that, right, through books and witness accounts and film and pictures, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Um, so I think that, unless, and so what you're talking about is something that I've been, I spent a weekend with friends, and none of them believe any of this, and I'm like, how? They don't even believe that. They still think Oswald killed Kennedy. It's funny. So, and this is still being taught in our school system. So my thought is, how do we, because, in as a researcher, I'm able to prove certain things, for myself, or if I had, to put a book together, and I could put another JFK freaking book out there, et cetera, et cetera. How then, in my opinion, um, listening to so many testimonies and witness accounts, and when you read the history of UFO stuff, and then you're cross-referencing it with the history of our governments and the presidents that have come before us, I've reached a point where I've never experienced anything to do with aliens, but I can say that it's real, in the sense that I've put in the effort. So how do you look at that, Bruce? How do we change, um, if we're, if I can't get the evidence that Oswald didn't kill Kennedy, so I have to go and I have to search for it through books and et cetera, et cetera. How can we, present this to the people if we're unable to get the evidence that UFOs are real?
Before Bruce answers that, Bruce, if you don't mind my saying, and firstly, Bruce, pleasure to see you here. I've followed you in the past from a different account, so I'm well aware of you, and I know that you've had a presence on Ancient Aliens as well. And I want to say that you mentioned the whistleblowers. It's going to be a matter of credibility. So yes, if it's a janitor who saw something and he comes forward, unfortunately, a lot of people wouldn't view that person as being credible enough. But if there's a whistleblower that has rank, that is respected, then there's instant credibility. And so that's what is going to really be necessary. And you're right that if whistleblowers become a dime a dozen, then there's no faith in what they have to say. But if somebody has rank and has credibility and comes forward, then others will believe them. And like I said in the introduction to this space, um, the um, the people who don't believe, they take that position because they often say, I'll believe it when I see it for myself. And it's a matter of who's saying it, if they're credible or not. Because if a scientist discovers a new planet, or an astronomer discovers a new planet that's habitable, oftentimes it's believed. Why do these people who disbelieve the UAP subject, why do they believe what the molecular structure of a particular material is? Well, they have faith that the people that are coming forward with the information and with the scientists, that that they are credible, that they're not pulling everybody's chain. When James Webb issues new photographs, why are these people believing that the images are real? So it's a matter of numbers and a matter of enough people with credibility and rank, as I say, to come forward with firsthand information, even if it's not a physical piece of evidence. If enough people of rank come forward, then they might be believed. So I appreciate that. Now, please take it away, Bruce, with the answer to what Sarah asked you.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll answer that and just respond a little bit to what you just said there. So just keep in mind, and particularly in the US, you have an absolutely vast military and intelligence system with hundreds of thousands of people linked into all this. So, and what I've seen over the years is essentially anyone of rank from any of the branches, from any of the intelligence agencies, can come out and say whatever they like on this topic and gain traction. So that's what I mean by that. Although, like you say, they'd have to have some kind of standing, but the problem is you have an enormous number of people standing, right? And if any one of those comes out and claims to be a whistleblower, they are immediately believed by a huge number of people. So what then is the criteria? You know, that's what I'm saying. What is beyond that someone had rank? What is the criteria? If we're going to say that anyone who comes out from any of the branches and says that they saw a craft is going to get traction and be on spaces and podcasts and write a book, that to me is the Wild West of it, because, and you can see that as this gains traction, more and more people are going to think, well, you know what? I reckon I could spin a yarn of this. I was in the intelligence, you know, maybe I can make a few quid with this. And that is a problem. I'm saying that this is a problem that's going to grow and grow because there is more interest in this topic. And I have not seen any of these people be just immediately discounted. You know, it's generally immediately accepted by most of the community that they did see the things they saw. So I'm saying there is a problem here, that there's no actual bar, right? Because, I mean, who can you think of that's come out and that has massively been rejected? I mean, even to this day, people that were considered disinfo agents, you know, who knowingly, you know, we know we're disinfo agents, have traction, have podcasts, have, you know, conference bookings. So the bar is so low. I'm just saying the bar is so low. I've not seen anyone really be discounted as long as they've been somewhere in the military or the intelligence community. So I would just want you with that
Well,
is a
isn't that
problem.
up to Congress to investigate? Isn't that
But,
up to Congress
well, no, the
and the
conference is
IC to
who goes
investigate?
to a UFO conference and gives speeches or writes, but no, I mean, you've got to think these are the people influencing the community. Congress has a separate issue whether or not they want to look into whether there's some sort of, you know, shenanigans around secret project. That's something else. But what I'm saying is these people anyone can come out and say, I was, you know, I saw this.
Well, someone like Hal Puthoff, I don't think he's the kind of guy who wants to make a quid
Not
off.
saying, I did not name.
You know what
I'm
I
saying you have
mean?
a wider problem that anyone can come out.
I understand, but I'm just saying, like, it depends on who it
But it
is,
doesn't, though.
right? Someone like
What
Hal
I'm saying, it
Puthoff,
doesn't.
I
It
would,
doesn't. I'm saying that over the
yeah,
history of the topic.
everyone has their bar,
Yeah, well,
right?
what? No, but what is that?
For
We're going
me,
to
if
say anyone with rank, and that is what has happened. It's not just what he's saying; it's actually what's happened. We've seen that anyone with rank in any of these different departments or agencies who has come out and said these stories has gained traction, and they have not had to.
but if after a while all the stories line up, then you kind of say, there's
If I was
something
making
here,
up a story, I'd
you
come up with
know,
these
because
stories. I mean, because why would you go out and say I'll make up a totally different one so people are skeptical? If you were going to make up a story and go along to get conferences, you would want your story to line up with what other people already believe is happening. That's what I'm saying. So it's the easiest thing to do. I mean, I could easily have come out and said I'm British intelligence, you know, a former agent, that I've seen the crowd, and people would have believed it, especially if I have an immense knowledge of the topic. If I'd wanted to scam people, I could have easily done that, right? So here's a
sure, but
couldn't
there's
check
people
whether
who
it's
I
a
would,
MI5 agent. You'd have no way to check that, right? So this,
sure, but there are people who I would trust because they've shown, like,
I
researchers
understand
who've
that.
shown
But
integrity, who have a lot on the line if they're going to
this is
lie.
a wider problem about the fact that whistleblowers can be absolutely anyone from these branches. So I'm not saying that they're all liars. Just keep that in mind. I'm saying that we have a wider problem, and it will snowball because it's become obvious there's no actual bar where you have to have like a file that you stole or, you know, something that you bring out that
So
substantiates. So anyway, I don't get too long. I just say I want people to keep that in mind because I think that's a problem going forward. We're going to see expand. But so replying to the other question, I say that we have to so when it comes to how do we deal with the evidential side of this, when the evidence is sparse. I mean, one of the things that I do think, anyone really can do is, first of all, is to try and understand where the science is on the alien topic to begin with. So there's a few scientists who've actually seen some quite amazing things in their work. For example, there's a structure on Ceres that looks like it's artificial, that has geometry. I don't see it very often discussed. The AI and the human witnesses all saw geometry. It's got a luminous spot next to it and what looks like almost like a star map. So I mean, there are things getting found. There's another guy who found organisms in the atmosphere. I mean, some of these things that are out there we should be using in conversations.
And
So
sorry.
while Bruce is off for a moment, let me address what he was saying about the whistleblowers and their credibility, and that there are many people that are just going to come forward because they want to do conferences and get paid. In my view, the whistleblowers that will come forward during future congressional hearings will be highly vetted, of course, just the same way David Grush came forward aside with Ryan and Fravor. As I've said before in this space, when they share information, the information is vetted. In other words, when they, like Grush or Elizondo, do an interview with a podcaster and the podcaster asks a question and they respond, "Oh, I'm not allowed to say that." Well, there you have it right there. It means that the things that they've already been saying, which is in some eyes hard to believe, is vetted, is approved to come out. And so it's all part of the controlled disclosure that is happening now. And so it's not by accident. And so any whistleblower that comes forward will be taken to have the same level of credibility as Grush did when he did his congressional hearing. I'm not talking about a whistleblower that's just some guy that comes on a podcast and it's the only people that are listening are people that are already interested in the subject. I'm talking about someone that is included in a congressional hearing where there's politicians, where there are people that are not already interested in this topic, are paying attention. And so it's all unfolding as in a process. Okay, Sarah.
Yes, I was. I lost my thought. I'm sorry. We can go to Doomer.
Hey, you guys. I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me? Oh, can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
No. Okay, I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now you're rugging. Doomer.
Oh.
Oh no, you're
Maybe
back.
no one can hear me. All right,
Are
I'll
you
drop down and recycle.
Are you in the bathroom, Doomer?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, to ease up on my data and just when I'm speaking in spaces to stop sending my stuff to the NSA. I wanted to know whether anybody here feels like we're being way too delusional about close to state of disclosure, because I think there's more people in the room who feel like the evidence overwhelmingly suggests that we're further away from disclosure. I wanted to get a pulse check.
Ask me after the hearing if it happens.
And I don't know if I'm not able to hear the host. Do you mind saying something?
I think that was Jay just said, ask after the hearings, which I think is a fair way to look at it. See if you get real hearings or more of a show.
Yeah, I can hear Jay just. I can't hear the host. So.
Host is not
Oh,
here.
the host is gone? Well, UFO Sarah, you're doing a great job.
Might be there, but I don't know.
He's been in and out. I think like to go with what you're maybe heading towards, the way that I'm taking this is that I want disclosure to happen, publicly. And if that has to happen through our government, which I have no faith in one way or the other, um, then okay. But going forward, right now, I, it seems exciting. I think it was John Strader earlier that said, there are new podcasts coming out every day. That's something new. People's lives are being threatened, et cetera, et cetera. And so when I look at it that way, but it's not enough because I feel like there's a certain person that is interested in this and they're tuning in to podcasts, they're tuning in to spaces, their feeds are UFO UAP related, whereas the vast majority of people in the world, and if you want to look at it that way, they're not tuned in at all. And so that's sort of where I think I'm curious. Like, I've already had my disclosure, I'm okay with it. But
Are you really?
oh yeah, I'm
You're
pretty
okay with your disclosure?
I'm pretty I'm pretty 100% heading in that direction. Yeah.
I don't
But
think you're okay with it.
in what way?
You know about the end of the world. A lot of people here weren't told about it, and I think if you were okay with it, it would
Oh,
be easy to talk about.
well, okay. I mean, I'm not necessarily great with the end of the world, but I I reached a point where I get disclosure, and that's fine for me. But I'm saying, what about the rest of the world? And if your question is in regards to the rest of the world, I don't think that they're going to get disclosure because November 13th could be something else might happen that day. And who's going to rewatch the hearings?
And this is what we're doing, right? We are allowing ourselves to be gaslit with prevarication, with equivocation, with fancy polysyllabic words that are just shorthand for bullshit. And all of us, including myself, are falling for it. We have whistleblower protections that don't offer protections for whistleblowers who aren't allowed to whistleblow. And we're now talking about personal disclosure. We're talking about, like, I've had my personal disclosure. The word disclosure means that something that was once personal is now public. And we're all doing it. And even the response, I'll wait till after the hearing. After the hearing happened more than a year ago. We had 40 firsthand witnesses who, by the way, and Bruce, I think your work is seminal. I think it's important. I think it's absolutely important for people to get their own personal disclosure. And you're absolutely respectfully missing the mark on human psychology, on rhetoric, on what it takes to change minds. The truth does not need to be proven. It needs to be sold. And it doesn't matter how much proof you slap in people's faces. What people want is some president to read drunkenly from a White House karaoke machine and say, we're not alone. They want that more than the actual Six Sigma proof from any kind of scientific investigation. That's what's going to move the world, and that's exactly what we're not going to get. The people who had that proof numbered in the 40s, and they provided their personal disclosure, 11 and a half hours of testimony. Oh, we called it disclosure, right? It was a closed disclosure. And that was after the hearings. And now here we are a year later, and we'll say, after the hearings was a year ago, and we're waiting again for the DOPSR approved statement, for the disclosure approved statement, so that people can say the things that have been approved for disclosure, but all the things that would make a difference are not allowed to be disclosed because they're under whistleblower protection, so that they're protected against disclosing anything. We all need to wake the fuck up, because there are people who know the truth, including Lou Elizondo, who said openly, yeah, there's a catastrophe coming. I can't talk about it. It's not my conversation to have. This conversation needs to happen. It's way too late. We need to have this conversation. How much double speak are we not are we going to refuse to take accountability for? We have somebody who already said a catastrophe, it's on its way. And I don't know why. I was in fourth grade when I was told about Anne Frank's diaries. Nobody came to me and said, like, are you going to be able to brave the ontological shock of the 6 million Jew Holocaust in World War II? Nobody is going to go do some sort of pulse check, some sort of ontological wellness check before we start bombing and nuking people. But somehow when it comes to this subject, The actual victims, the people who get abducted, they get short shrift. We basically say, fuck you. Take a look at Carl Nell's beautiful diagram. You guys get to wait at the end of the line. And all of the people who've been running away from it, we need to protect them to make sure they can stay cushy, airbagged in their little delusion bubble. And we are being arrogant because we're saying that somehow the truth, that like knowing about the truth, is harsher than the actual truth. And we're adults. We can't actually believe that the story about reality has sharper teeth than reality itself. I'm sorry.
No,
Like it
I
feels like
get
I'm
I
witnessing
get
delusion
exactly,
for like a straight hour.
but I get exactly what you're saying. But it's as if, I don't know what I can say and what I can't say. So it's like we can say there is a catastrophe coming, right? And we should prepare for it. But the thing is I'm the only one that believes that. I don't have the proof for that. And so therefore, how do we publicly, how is it, and you're right, it has to be bought and sold, and it has to be it has to be done through ads and a great marketing campaign, and it's got to cost upwards of $50 million, or no one's going to buy it
I
because
think that's a good plan. Like I mean, even if
yes, let me
that
run
doesn't
out
solve
and
it.
get that money. I'll be right back.
I mean, even if it's a bad plan, it's a better plan than we have now. We should be buying ads for disclosure and stop waiting. What we did when we said, oh, November 13th, we'll set the hearings, we said, we need to make sure we have World War III first. Like, we can't let anything get in the way of our self-destruction. Disclosure needs to wait until after the world can't be saved anymore. That's what we've done.
Well,
We need
what
to be like,
if quite possibly they're waiting for the Bledsoe? I mean, I know that this is a hot topic, but I'm just going to throw it out there. It's been brought up a couple of times earlier today. Bledsoe's vision of the nukes, NHI interjecting and stopping the nukes that Israel's going to fling at Iran. So
perfect. Let's wait. Yes, let's a
right,
perfect
right, right.
plan.
No, you're right. I mean, obviously, wait, but I don't have physically myself sitting right here, and I know we have hands, so I'm gonna just say really quick, little me, right here, does not have the power to convince millions of people that this is real.
And I would be even more of an asshole than I'm already appearing to be if I blamed you for the state of disclosure. But we all have a role to own our own discernment. And when we're being fed bullshit, we should stop saying it tastes good, because that bullshit was fed to us over a year ago. And we all right now can say we don't need to wait for the next hearing. We know we're only going to get everything we need for this hearing. We need still from the last hearing, those 40 fucking witnesses, all the evidence the government said they can't disclose. And I don't see any indication that in order to protect the world from ontological shock, we're now rolling out disclosure, because that time would have been last year. I don't think, like, if we arrive 3 hours early for an international flight at an airport, maybe we ought to start preparing now if the world is ending in 9-10 years. I don't know, maybe that's too early, right? I joke all the time, I'm half black and half German. If anybody here knows what it means to be running late, it's me. And we are fucking running late. So the time for like slow drip disclosure was 80 years ago. We all need to wake up and stop thinking that somehow, the aliens are so intelligent that the best way they can perform disclosure is to intervene on a nuclear detonation that they've never intervened on before when it was directed at humans. That's not what's happening here. And all of us are too smart to believe a story this stupid.
Okay, so let's hit up hands, and then we'll circle back to you, Doomer. I
No, I'm,
believe
I'm I'm done, and I know I'm coming in hot, but I feel like somebody had to say it.
no,
And thank you for letting me speak.
totally coming hot. Shake it up, shake it up. I believe that Hollywood is going crazy, and then King Bear, and I think Tom, you did have your
I've
hand
been
up.
going crazy for an hour.
Oh, King, then jump in and go crazy.
Doom, thank you very much. You've said a lot that means a lot. I don't have proof. I certainly don't have credibility, but this has been going on for 80 years. Everybody's asking, what are these ships? What's the technology? Who are these people? That's not what you not want to have disclosed. What you want to have disclosed is why they've been keeping this secret. And it's not been for 80 years. It's been for thousands of years. It's been ever since civilization has been around. And it's time to stop relying on politicians, on companies, on religions. There needs to be a movement that puts all of them down and says, okay, we're tired. Now, just one more thing. I appreciate you seeing me, Sarah, and hearing me, but everybody has their qualms, their inhibitions about religion and spirituality. All I can say is exchange those words for quantum. That's the reason this is coming out now, is because the scientific and the mathematical field is finally starting to understand the quantum. That is the key to all of this. Thank you kindly. Good morning from the Philippines.
King, thank you so much. Hands. I believe it's Hollywood Panorama, and then Gabriel.
Evening,
I'm
everyone.
last, actually. I'm last in line.
Can I get in here now, Sarah? Or
Yes, go Hollywood.
okay, what I'm wondering is, are the Nightcrawler team with the RV and stuff? Are they actually affiliated with New Paradigm Institute? Because they need to take that the twin brothers there, the Tesmo brothers or whatever. They need to send them out to Las Vegas, man, where Steve Barone lives, man. He photographs stuff every night with his Luna optics and stuff, man. That'd be a great place for him to set up an RV right there at the base of the Nevada mountains. Anybody else ever think of how we get some of these people to meet up together and do some research?
I have not thought of that. I mean, I believe that John Strader is working on uh, the RV. I forget what he calls it. And he is going to hopefully, in the next months, get that on the ground. And maybe that would be a great place for him to go if you wanted to DM with him, because I know that he's on the ground. Now, I don't know who these other people are. And I also know that New Paradigm is busy at the moment to answer that question if that was directed towards him.
Yeah, that's why I was just wondering if anybody thought of that. They need to pool their resources and stuff, man. Maybe get Gary from Solid in there or something, right? Because he's got a lot of material science he's working on. All right. I just wanted to ask that question if anybody thought about that, pairing up people together to do research and stuff. We have to press the issue from the citizen side, right? Government's not going to do it. We need to get these people together somehow.
Thank you, Hollywood. Panamoram. I'm sorry, I'm killing your name.
Yeah, Panama Orange. Sorry. Yeah, I was working all day and I came in really late, like in the last, 10, 15 minutes. So I hate to do this to make anyone give me a quick fortune cookie, break down to like two sentences. But what's the general consensus on what are we talking about, like natural disaster, an armada of ships? What's the specific event we're talking about again? That's just a very concise version. I don't want you to have to repeat yourself after being in a long space, but I was at work, I couldn't participate, so.
Yeah, the catastrophic thing was something that Doomer decided to bring up. So I will allow him to speak, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's different stories. One is that it's 9, 10 years away. The other one is that it's around 14 years away, and something around like either a planet-sized object that's housing a bunch of ships or an armada of ships. And the the intel that Sarah and I got was fairly vague. It cited 14 years away. 14 years away coincides more with a pole shift.
I kind of took it at the 9 years.
Right, but what we were told from that specific person was 14 years away, and then there's other intel that's coming that where it said 2033, 2034. I'm just saying there's different stories.
Wait. You just said that the reason why we don't have disclosures because people don't say, and we're relying on politicians who won't say. But you're saying there's intel, and you're saying you're giving out numbers, but you're not giving specifics.
I'm gonna repeat it again, JJS. There's different stories, there's different sources. One source that Sarah and I got that I take as very authoritative cited a 14.
What kind of source is it?
Just if you want me to
I
answer your
mean,
question,
it
you
could be the
need to
janitor at
actually let me
McDonald's.
answer. So you can mind and
He's
decide
being
whether or not
very
you want to
vague.
actually let me answer or not.
You're pretty lost, dude.
Yeah, go ahead, Doomer. Keep going. What we can't reveal sources, as you will know that unfortunately it's one of the reasons why I don't like to talk about it, because who's going to believe us
Well,
anyway?
I'm comfortable talking about it. I feel like
which
people have a
which
need
is
to know
why
and
I'm
people have a
I'm
right to
down with
know.
you talking about it.
Yeah.
Doomer. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm comfortable talking
Well,
about it.
okay,
So
well, as far as narratives or these different scenarios, one thing I'm seeing a lot on Twitter lately that I strongly disagree with, based on my own abductions and my lab experiences. I had a my lab a couple of years ago where I had my color vision corrected by mistake when they were experimenting to see if they could boost night vision, and which is kind of funny. But I clearly saw in that abduction Greys and reptilians working in a human military base. So when I hear certain people talking about how the Greys are coming back to get revenge, or this stuff, they're already working in these facilities. A lot of people see them working in these facilities, not just me. So I don't know why there'd be another armada.
No,
Like, they
no,
wouldn't be the armada.
I think that there is some confusion with that. So they are already here. They are already working with our government officials. They have their own bases, et cetera, et cetera. And then there
Right.
is a new armada, I assume, or a giant thing that's on its way here, and the time frame for that is what is going to coincide, and correct me if I'm wrong, Doomer, with a cataclysmic event, and quite possibly the reason why all of this is happening right now, the more sightings, the revelations, etc., is because they're coming to watch this event like we watch the Super Bowl every year. And so that's what I've taken from this. Doomer, I don't know if you want to go any further.
yeah, I mean, there's different reports. That some of them are conflicting. I've heard different reports, and the the one that I take personally, and that's probably of little use to other people, is like the authoritative one. That person who's conveying the information, they were vague, and there were things they didn't know, and they claimed to have seen evidence. And from that source, a 14-year timeline was cited, and because it's associated with this self-guiding or self-correcting object.
You're talking word salad.
Yeah, are you going to let me finish, or are you crapping your pants and you
Oh
just can't
yeah,
tell
I'm
the truth?
going to let you
It's up to
finish.
you, man. I really don't give a fuck.
Yeah, please
We
finish.
You can
Rotary.
either let me
I mean,
finish or not. It's up to you, man.
Okay, you guys, really quick. We just have to let people finish, and then, of course, put your hand up and you can be next and you can give your thoughts on it. And also just be nice. Sometimes it's hard to be nice. And so just being
Maybe
nice is,
saving lives is more important at this point. Maybe
wow,
8
how are
billion
you able
people.
to get past my mute? That's crazy.
Well, it's the iPads. It's the iPad stuff. I just think actually 8 billion lives are rank higher than kindness at this point, and people have a need to know.
do you think disclosure
Well,
is really coming? Do you really think
Absolutely
you're
not.
going to get
No,
disclosure? It's not going
absolutely
to.
not. We have to
No
make it
way.
happen.
No way.
well, look, I just to complete a thought I was having there. I just, based on my own experiences and all speculation aside, based on what I've seen. Okay, my view on disclosure is that I don't believe, at least as far as the Greys and the reptilians, that they'd allow our military or our government to speak on their behalf and describe them and their culture and what they're doing when they're actively working with them, because we wouldn't do a great job. It just, that's one of the reasons we're not talking about it, because we do have these relationships with them, we do have these deals with them, and the deals are always kind of changing. I mean, the last I heard from the reptilians in an abduction, which I don't even know why they left this huge baseball-sized bruise on me. Where that's happened to me before with them, where they grab your forearm, and you can't even use your hand for a few days because they grabbed your arm too hard. But I don't even know what led to that, but I did come away with this message from them that they'd worked out a deal based on international airport law where they're going to get security contracts in front of like certain big box stores. Like imagine like a football end zone sized rectangle, and everything inside that rectangle is technically their diplomatic territory. So like, to enter and exit certain stores, you're going to be passing through that rectangle of their territory, in which case they can stop you, which again is based on international airport law. There's rectangle sized strips of American territory and, in other airports overseas and vice versa. And which, is creative. I'll admit legally it's creative, but I wasn't given anything about like a specific cataclysm or an event. I'm not saying one isn't coming. I'm just saying I personally wasn't given that. But getting back to my point, if you expect someone to come to a podium and describe the Greys or describe the reptilians, those beings would want to do that themselves, because it's the same thing if you gave one of those aliens, brought them to a podium on their planet. Okay, I'm going to describe, the current political climate in the U.S. They do probably a really terrible job. It's a game of telephone. So I think that's why they're not getting into specifics, because they do have deals with these species, and I wouldn't trust them to do a good job conveying, just speaking as a proxy on their behalf. Like power of attorney. I wouldn't. If I was a gray or reptilian, I wouldn't let the military, okay, go up to that podium and describe me, and I'm sure you won't mess it up, and they won't. It's just the nature of how how complex societies are in different cultures, and it's so I think that is kind of an obstacle to disclosure when you have secret deals with people. It's hard to just talk about it and do it in a very non-biased way, because it is a mess. It is a mess, but that's it. I'm just giving, what I've seen in my abductions and what I know. And there's things I don't know, I'm sure. Like I've never had a Nordic experience. I've never seen a mantid. I believe they exist. I've never seen them, never interacted with them. But I can just go on experiences I've had. Everything else is speculation. So that's just finishing my point there.
Thank you. I mean, it's an interesting point of view in the sense that you're able to say, I can say that this is real, but I can't explain or give that these other things are real because I've never experienced them. It's actually the first time I've heard an experiencer say that. So I appreciate that. That's it's it's educational, you know, for all of us. Daryl, you're new to the space. Welcome.
Oh, thank you very much, and I appreciate you bringing him up on stage. And greetings. I couldn't ignore the topic, but to I guess paranormal's idea, and kind of steeped in this space in other places, and I haven't been really active on X for a while. I was pretty active in Clubhouse, but been a place I researched quite a bit, and I thought I would chime in. I know I've had some UFO experiences myself, but over the years, I've talked to other people just looking at, as it relates to this topic when we're discussing a potential cataclysmic event. I think with PRG, I think he was referencing the Paradigm Research Group. And as I recall, Richard Dolan and others, I think that was headed by Steve Bassett, if I'm not mistaken. And I met him out in Los Angeles years ago, like 15 years ago, when we were talking about several things. After they had the national press conference, the Citizens Disclosure Project in Washington D.C., and they weren't even able to push disclosure in spite of all the testimonies. And I've talked with Bob Dean personally, and I've been with Zachary Ascension and David Wilcock, that whole gang, and we still don't have disclosure. I think one of the most credible people I personally talked to and recently would be Dr. Stephen Greer, and I know he holds disclosure events. He's linked into the White House, and I'm probably preaching to the choir, trying to sell his on credibility. But he's a person that was a surgeon, and he gave all that up to actually head up his group with SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, and he's head of that project. And he's got a lot of whistleblowers that are in his camp that aren't coming forward, but he's clued in terms of people with credibility and people that are inside these ops, and some of those people actually are working with him, and he's got protection and things in place to guard and protect them, because a lot of people have lost their lives trying to get disclosure. But no, more specifically to this phenomenon, whether it's the Black Knight satellite that we're talking about, an object out there in space that's heading this way. I had a friend who was initiated into the Dogon mysteries and the Dogon tribe out of West Mali, West Africa. And these people have a tradition that goes back, the Dogon were the the uh, um, the priests of the pharaohs during the pharaonic period. And after Egypt fell, um, the pharaohs told them to let the people take what they thought was valuable, take the gold, take the jewelry, take the diamonds, but keep that which is most sacred from them. And that was a knowledge. And it wasn't. And for 2,500 years, we had no idea, but they were still doing the secret initiatic ceremonies as they did in the temples. And I happen to have a good friend who was initiated by a very high level, the only Dogon priest that was sent here to the United States. And he was sent here about 20 years ago. His name was Master Naba. Very intelligent, bright man, spoke 5 languages, and he went through all the initiations. But he came to teach the West that lost knowledge. Now, from there, calendrics, when everybody was talking about 2012, my friend told me, he says, 2012, they got the year wrong. And he pointed more like toward the year 2027, some things would happen. But then in 2041, they said that would be the year to watch, because and this particular Dogon priest, he was well versed in the other things too, includes cosmology and cosmogony. They do Bayouali earth readings, which is one of the functions of the pyramid. And they had the discipline of how they could take these earth readings, and they were very, very well in touch and in tune with the cosmos. The other second thing was a gentleman some of you may be familiar with called Jason Bashirs. He runs a website called Archaics. It's his advanced research for chronological history of artificial intelligence X. That's what Archaic stands for. But I really appreciate his work. He's got some 20 something years of research, and just looking at raw data from a calendrical standpoint, looking at what is recording in history, in tablets and other ancient writers and ancient historians. And he's taken the time to go back through history and look through the records, the writings of credible people from different cultures and organizations and civilizations about what they wrote. And what he discovered was there is a pattern that appears that every 138 years, there is some type of a cataclysmic event that happens here on this planet. And there's certain things that ancient writers have talked about. One of the glaring things was you'll find layers of red, thick mud that get deposited. And then also every fourth cycle, every 138 years, but the fourth cycle, there's another object that comes. But the 138-year cycle concludes in 2041 in May. And so that's when he said we have the return of the Nemesis X object. And when it passes by the Earth, it causes such a disruption that we will see earthquakes, there'll be volcanic activity, and we'll see other phenomena. But basically, that's a reset. But I wonder if that's what this gentleman was alluding to, because his timeline kind of fits what Jason Ventura has been saying. And he goes from the calendrical standpoint of this, takes you back through history, even taking biblical information, references of what's written in there, back even through the flood. But he goes back to 5,239 BC, and he can show for charts of recorded events that you can go back and look what other ancient writers wrote about. And then this pattern develops. And even more bizarre than that, these calendrics are built into the rectilinear dimensions of the Giza pyramid, ironically enough, and only the Giza pyramid. Those dimensions, and it lays out the layers, the levels, the lengths of the shafts and the tunnels. They have the self-referencing 138 cycle, whether that be pyramid inches or yards, but it's coded all throughout that Giza pyramid as if it's also some type of a calendar. But I thought I would offer that. I don't want to
Can I,
monopolize.
yeah, no, can I ask what, so 138 years back from a certain point, what was the last 138-year cataclysmic event?
In 1901. And the irony of it is, if you were to go back, and it makes you wonder why some of these rich philanthropists began taking control of all the public libraries and all of the school systems. But what happens is there was a reset, And in some of the, even back then in the 1800s and early 1900s, people were doing catalogs of what happened this year, the almanacs. But in the almanacs, the year 1901, and the original, he's got some of these original books. The year 1901 is missing, as if it didn't happen. And through that whole catalog, there's two of them that he's got of other historians or people who basically studied calendrics and recorded events and publishing houses. They have every year is represented in there for the years that they were covered. But in both of those publications, there was no record of any events in the year 1901, as if there was nothing to say. So after now, this is just the historical facts. These are things that are documented, and you collect the data points, and we just know that okay, there is phenomena that happens in these 138-year cycles. The last one was 1901, and then before that, 138 years earlier, I think, and there were records. Particularly, it wasn't global, but I think it hit hardest in Australia, and geologists find it in the record in the Earth's crust. You can see that just layers of thick mud. And other people in Australia where these things happen, they said, yeah, their parents or whoever, great grandparents, have dialogues or diaries that record that there was a cataclysmic event and red rain was falling through the sky.
Can I ask, what was the actual event that had taken place?
Yeah, when Nemesis X comes, um, it's kind of regional, but it affects one third of the population, something along that level. And although he can't predict exactly where, we can just find the evidence that it has occurred in these other cultures, from Asia to Eurasia to Japan or the United States, India, Africa. So it happened somewhere. So he couldn't really predict where it would occur. Um, and there was no science behind that, but he could, in fact, document that it does occur somewhere every 138 years. And then every fourth cycle, every 552 years, the Nemesis X object, which orbits, this 138-year cycle, and it very well could be, when you hear Billy Carson and others talking about the Black Knight satellite, or could be Oumuamua, I don't know. But then there's another object that comes along on that fourth cycle. There's another object that's orbiting out deeper in space. So every 552 years, about 6 months after Nemesis X, this object passes through, and it's more cataclysmic. And that one's not due to come until 2106. But that will be almost like global devastation. It's kind of like the Noah's Ark, the Noah's flood myths, where they come from. When other cultures everybody's got a myth flood. But and it's oriented to this 552-year cycle, where there's a cataclysmic event. And for example, just perhaps like with the flood, the probably most likelihood that there was a vapor canopy over the surrounding the earth. And other cultures, particularly indigenous cultures, they talk about the day, everybody was basically lunar worshipers at that time. So we got to be careful when we're reading other civilizations events, because some went by lunar calendar, and then it wasn't until after the vapor canopy collapsed that they could see the sun, and the sun's rays were penetrating the earth. Before that, there was we'll call it like a water bubble around the planet. And when this other object comes and it peers through that firmament, that's why you have so much flooding. That would explain the flood, 40 days and 40 nights, because that water that was above the earth fell. And when that happened, it caused a few other problems, because there were volcanic eruptions, and so whoever was alive then probably would not have survived. When we had the vapor canopy, dinosaurs and everything else just grew bigger because we had more oxygen here on the planet. It was a whole different biosphere and a whole different biodiversity. They didn't have to have, they had large nostrils and things like that because it was more oxygen rich. Plants grew bigger, people grew bigger. So we got the stories of the giants. But now, when that vapor canopy collapsed, now the whole biosphere changed. There was probably a period of time where the Earth was not habitable, because with volcanic eruptions and things like that, all of the dust, ash, and toxins in the air, it'd been difficult for anything on the surface to survive. But it's possible there were other civilizations that went down below the ground, which is why you have places like Tempe, Gobel Tempe, and we're finding Well, there's several of them where they have civilizations, holes in the ground, where big enough to hold like 30,000 people.
It's Gatepli
Yeah,
Beke.
yes. So that certainly explains it, and it would appear in that in a lot of these ancient texts and information that's been suppressed from us is that even today there are people who are aware of this cycle, which is why we hear stories about deep underground bases that Earl Snyder and others talked about. You know, in the United States, he said there were 126 deep underground military bases, and why rich people have these underground sanctuaries because they're anticipating an event. And then what happens, and if that were true, and if it is true in some of the more hermetic and esoteric knowledge that other people knew, you know, you don't tell the main population because you can't save everybody. But theoretically, even some of these extraterrestrials or ETs, and I'm not saying ETs don't exist, extraterrestrial, but I think some of these are terrestrial, and they could just be civilizations that were here before us that survived previous cataclysms, and they had their technology still in place. But this is some
Yes.
of the work of Jason
Thank you.
Bashir's. You're welcome.
Yeah, no, this is Daryl, fascinating. Because I definitely, I don't think I'm alone in the sense that we don't know our true history, and it's been messed with, erased, and just basically doesn't exist. So this is quite fascinating, and it also connects with the idea of the cataclysmic event, which maybe is why there is so much pressure for quote unquote public disclosure. Um, as we sit here and talk about that. Now, I wanted to see if New Paradigm is back with us. I am unable to DM him because he is new, and we are not friends yet in this virtual space. But I wanted to, New Paradigm, if you are with us, I do have to drop soon for the evening, so I'm not sure if anybody else or what he wants to do or how he wants to handle this. But I can be here for a little bit longer. Any other thoughts on our history being erased and just the idea that knowing that something is coming, something will happen, and it's a scary place to be in. I mean, personally, I've had to take a couple of weeks to, after finding out such interesting information, life-changing information, ontological shock.
Can you give us a hint? Because,